AAC through 73A gives us that opportunity to really follow the money and see where the value is redounding to the benefit of the students. I must tell you that before I came here, I canvassed the views of some of our principals in Western Jamaica, and being a rural MP, this is very important. So, Chairman, I'm going to ask some questions, and then you can stop me when I'm out of time. All right? I'm going to go back a little. I don't know if this is Director or PS, but from the research I've seen and the information swirling, it is said that the buses entered Jamaica without the pre-inspection certificates, which are normally required under Jamaica motor vehicle import policy. That's information, so I want you to clarify for me, right? Why, if that was the case, why was the pre-shipment inspection certificate requirement waived for these buses? And if they were waived, who waived it?
I'm going to ask CTV first.
Okay.
The buses are inspected.
Sorry?
There was no waiver of the inspection report, and when they come in as well, the ITA, Island Traffic Authority, has to certify the buses as well before the JUTC can put them into their system.
So the pre-certification was done overseas before they came here. By
Yes.
whom?
The first set of buses, the JUTC had a team going out with the supplier of the buses, and they looked at the buses to ensure that we were getting what is in the contract. Thereafter, the supplier was expected to ensure that he's providing us with what is in the contract. And when the buses get here, the supplier ensures with the JUTC, there's a post-shipment inspection report before the buses are handed over to the JUTC, and when the buses are retrofitted, the JUTC also, with the ITA, ensure that they fit within our local regulations.
So they would have checked on the mechanics and stuff and
Yes.
diff and all of that before it got here. So the fact that they came means that the JUTC and their inspectors assured the government that these were suitable for us here.
Let me back up. The first set of buses, the JUTC with the suppliers ensured that based on what was signed in the contract, those buses, the supplier was giving us what was required. Having done that, the supplier now would work with those specifications, and so when the buses come in, they would then be a post-shipment inspection.
Okay, so who laid out the specifications then in the contract? Because if JUTC was just checking off.
Now, JUTC, when the proposal came, assessed the proposal for the technical requirements, and so would have ensured that we were getting buses that they were satisfied with. The ITA was also involved to ensure, because when the buses were retrofitted, the doors were moved and other things were moved, because they would have to be in line with our requirements.
No, Mrs. Cross, if I could assist for clarification, the pre-inspection was to say that the overseas pre-inspection was to say that the buses met the specifications.
Yes.
But I think you're referring to the mechanical inspection
Yes.
for the roadworthiness of the
Like the
vehicles.
diff and-
When was that done?
I wish you were as bright as
That
ChatGPT.
would be done when the buses got here, and because the refurbishing had a set of things that you need to do. You need to change tires, you need to change all the aspects of the mechanics that must get the buses out there, and so they would have to be checked for roadworthiness based on the standards of the JUTC.
But that's the Island Traffic Authority. That's the point I'm trying to get. Is the Island Traffic Authority is the
Certified.
agency
Yes.
that certifies them as being roadworthy. That's just the point I'm
Yes.
trying to.
All right, so let's talk about the cost and the value for money. I heard some different figures today, but the program, based on the research I did last night, said $1.4 billion is what it cost us for about 110 buses. Then I heard some other figure here today. I think I'm a little unclear on that. But that initial set of buses that came to Jamaica, what was the average acquisition cost? So including that, you know what you pay them for the bus, but the maintenance package or whatever else you needed, the retrofitting costs, what did it cost us to land and get on the road one of those buses?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Member. So the bus cost and freight is $543,455,500. The brokerage fee, $108,691,100. The bus refurbishing, I'm seeing here $297,655,866.20. For maintenance, up to March 2026, we're averaging about 9 million per bus per month. No, not per bus, for all the buses, 9 million. Yes, that maintenance cost is included,
1.44
but we're
billion.
just giving the breakout. So for the 1.4, that is also included.
So, I was trying to
Various clearance fees in Jamaica, $8,151,832.50, and the 15% GCT, $5,298,690.65.
Okay, it's a little confusing because you're giving me individual costings and then lumped in some group costings. I'm trying to figure out what it cost us to
No,
land
the only
one.
group costing I gave you was that the maintenance is included in the 1.4, but I gave you the maintenance cost separately. So if you wanted to know the maintenance cost separately per month, I would have given you that.
I think the question was just what was the average cost per bus to get it on the road operating? That was,
That's a
you
question.
just take that totals and divide it by whatever the number of buses
Yeah.
were.
I would have to divide and do some math and get back to you, but
The 1.44
we can move
billion
on to.
average divided by 110.
Yeah, so that's about,
12 million something per bus.
okay. All right, so did the government do any cost analysis, getting a new bus versus getting this bus? Did we do that and we were satisfied at that time that, and if we did, we were satisfied at that time that this was the best spend for the money, correct?
Yes.
All right. The public VIN, some information again that's out there. The VIN that we saw, some of them said the bus is aged from between 10 to 15 years. Is that accurate?
Yes.
The average age is 12 to 12 years.
12 years.
So 10 to
Yes,
14
average.
would be the range, would be a reasonable
10 to
range.
14 years.
Yes.
Okay. All right. The mileage on these buses. Do you have an average of, how they were running? I'm trying to sell a truck now and they're asking me the mileage. So I kind of want to know how we were doing.
The managing director will answer that. Can you move on to another question so that I can, just for efficiency,
Right.
but you will get that shortly.
All right.
And it was 12.7 million per bus
bus,
when you divide the
12
1.4
Yes,
by
that's why I said
100.
average about $12 million there, Chairman.
Okay, so given the cost analysis that you did, what would have been the cost had we chosen to get a new bus over that 12.7 million for the older bus? What would have been the cost?
Or maybe
We'll
we
get you that
could do
information.
Could
that
you
other
ask
way.
those
There-
questions and
you're-
we furnish you with a...
I figure you would have an idea since the...
No, but there's
since the
100 new
minister-
buses coming,
Right,
so
since the
let's-
minister has indicated that you're switching from the old fleet into acquiring new buses, I'm sure you must have some idea what these new buses cost.
We have an in-house estimate, but that would be based on a canvas of the marketplace because the new buses would have more general specification than the used buses because we could not go to market with the specification for the used buses if we are looking at making it competitive. So it will be looking at the marketplace and saying what it is that is there. And for the in-house estimate for approximately 150 buses, it was working out at roughly 3.3 billion.
3.2.
Billion for the new?
3.2 billion
Billion,
for
yes.
150 new
That was what
buses.
was in the budget, 3.2 before it
So
was taken.
3.2
Billion,
thereabout,
roughly.
billion for about 150 new, and it would have cost us something like about 1.4, you say, for the
So this would have been 20. This works out at 21 million per new bus.
21 million per new bus, based on what you're seeing in the
Right.
And
demand.
similarly, I imagine a new bus would come with us with warranties, etc., maintenance, etc.
Maintenance package and so on. Okay, all right. So what then informed the policy switch from old buses to new
No,
buses?
there was not a policy switch. If we go back to when we started looking at the whole business of the rural school buses, because the JUTC and the students within the KMTR, they had the advantage, as one member pointed out, that the students in the rural areas did not have. And so from June 2023, the ministry started.
No, Ms. Cross, if I could just help, it's not the policy of the rural school bus program. I think Ms. Birchall is just asking the policy to switch from used buses to new buses. When did that decision, whether it's a policy or that
And
decision?
what informed it? And what informed
us?
it?
Chairman, what informed the decision to move from the used buses to the new buses is the PPC. PPC would have clearly indicated that we should go competitive going forward and they should be new buses.
So they felt we weren't competitive with the decision we made before?
I can't say how, I would be interpreting their position. I'm telling you what was said in the document.
In the document, okay. All right, so my final question this round. We had the Minister of Education, Dr. Morris, here at Standing Finance Committee this week, and she indicated that we're at about 80% or so thereabout in terms of attendance, school attendance. But the report we got here today is that this rural school bus has dramatically increased the student attendance and truancy and so on. I got very generalized commentary about that. Do you have any specifics, whether from yourself or that you received from the Minister of Education, that tells you, gives you the confidence that this rural school bus system as is satisfying the need that exists in our school system?
Education and parents.
Just give me a few, let me pull up the data that I got from the Ministry of Education.
I have in the second round, Mr. Newell and Dr. Dawes. You're Mr. Newell, Dr. Dawes, Mrs. Honus. No, PS hasn't answered the question that she was looking.
No, you can continue. I'll get back to that, Chairman.
Okay,
With the
it'll
data
take some time to get
from, I'm coming through the information that I have here.
All right. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. So just a few questions on security. Can you tell us some of the security features that the rural school bus system comes with? I know there's camera inside, etc.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir. The school buses, they are equipped with features for tracking the buses along route, for speed monitoring, for aggressive braking and cornering, for driver behavior monitoring. We actually have a camera that is focused on the driver. And we have cameras through the cabin of the bus that can monitor student misconduct as well. There are external cameras that can actually assist with investigations in the event that the bus comes into contact with fixed or mobile objects. We are able to monitor the speed of the bus. We have set a lower than normal standard speed for the buses to operate. Even though the speed limit might be 50 kilometers in a particular zone, we give our drivers a slow speed, and we can actually monitor in real time. We can get an alert in our bus operations center if a driver is going above the speed limit, and we can actually make an intervention at the same time.
Who manages the monitoring system? Is it JUTC or do you have a provider?
It's a joint endeavor between the JUTC and the providers who are LIDRO.
So the providers and JUTC, and this is housed at
the
JUTC's
Lyndhurst Road bus depot. Yes.
In terms of your parish, I know you have private maintenance providers in some parishes. Can you tell me a little bit about the arrangement? Is it with El Hydro or is it with JUTC?
All the arrangements up to this point for bus servicing and maintenance, the pillars around the country, are between El Hydro and third parties. El Hydro will have a contract in place with the JUTC come April 1 for bus servicing and maintenance. But as at right now and up to the end of March, all arrangements are between El Hydro and their third-party contractors.
So come April 1, there will be a contract between El Hydro and JUTC.
That is correct, sir.
Was this can you tell me a little bit about the procurement, the process for that particular contract?
This is a part of the overall approval process for the procurement of the buses. It actually came with a bus delivery, servicing and maintenance component up to the end of March this year. Thereafter, the JUTC will take over the maintenance costs, and hence we'll enter into a contract with the providers, or the same people.
Mm-hmm. In terms of the new buses that you contemplate, yes, will a similar, I know they will be dispersed across the country as well, will a similar arrangement be in place with the current service provider, or will you be?
I couldn't speak to that, member, at this time.
That's just another, the $1.4 billion. Does that, just following up on a question that Member Birchall had asked, did that figure include the retrofitting of the buses?
Yes, it did.
That did include?
Yes, it did.
All right, thanks.
In answering, going back to Member Birchall's question, the data from the Ministry of Education that I have in front of me, student attendance have been increased by 95%, punctuality 90%, Student safety, 100%, and student off-campus loitering reduced to 10%. That's what the Ministry of Education would have shared with the Ministry of Energy, Transport, and Telecommunication.
Thanks.
Dr. Dawes, Member Dawes.
Congratulations on your elevation, Chairman. Question to anyone. Do you know about chicken buses?
What?
Chicken buses.
No.
So in Guatemala, they have these, what they call chicken buses, which are essentially the same used 10 to 15-year-old school buses, and they've made some modifications to them. And two of the key modifications outside of the colors and shortening of the overhang are that they change the transmission and they change the engine to give more power. Now, the terrain of Guatemala, especially where they're going to Atitla and all of these places, they traverse similar terrain as East Rural and other mountainous constituencies. They have found that what goes very quickly, the transmission, and then the engines struggle when they're going uphill. So they move to manual transmission. Have you taken into consideration the fact that these buses were built for flat cities in the US, and that you may have to learn from the Guatemalans that transmission failures will be a significant part of your maintenance bill as time goes by?
Thank you, sir. Among the lessons we have learned is that the buses are best suited for horizontal plains, straight roads where they do not have to do much cornering or hill climbs. And so what we have done in terms of how we deploy them is to keep the longer buses on the plains and the smaller buses in the hilly terrains. As a general rule, the JUTC does not include manual transmissions in its fleet. We go for all automatic buses. So we're not contemplating in the short or medium term any changing out of the transmission system of the buses. What we will do is to deploy them in areas that they're best suited for. And that is why in the specifications that we have put forward for the next tranche of buses, we have made certain recommendations in terms of engine type, where the engines are mounted, the axle weight, the transmission type, and the cooling system, so that they are more adaptable to our tropical climate, as well as the kind of terrains that the buses will have to maneuver. But I do take your point. I might do some research on the chicken bus myself to see what they, apart from how they perform, how they look. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Member Holness, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, it was very difficult to listen and get an appreciation of where the question was going in terms of a comparison of the total cost of the used bus versus any information we have in respect of what would be the cost of a new bus for the school bus system. Are we in a position to say, after we have looked at all the costs, what is the average cost for the used bus? And do we have any idea what the average cost would be for a new bus with the specification we require? That's number one. And I was trying to split service and maintenance in my head for a reason. Service is always going to be required for both the new buses, that regular service schedule. I don't want to call it maintenance for a reason. So I would want to treat maintenance more as parts replacement instead of just the changing of oil and filters and so. So the old buses, the used buses that came in, I believe you have service and maintenance as a part of the contract for the entire duration. Was there a breakout between the two? And based on your response, Mr. Ellington, it seemed to me you didn't have much in terms of real maintenance work. It was just the regular service. Last but not least, what is the life expectancy of the used buses, and what would be the estimated life expectancy of the new buses?
Thank you for that question. I will answer the cost as it relates to the life expectancy. I'll let the managing director answer the cost on that. So for the used buses, it is averaging roughly about 12.5 to 12.7 per bus. And for the new buses, you're seeing an average of 21.3 million for the new buses. Over to you, Mr. Ellington, about the life expectancy of the buses.
It's ready? Okay. when you speak about life expectancy of a bus, you're talking about things like the engine, transmission, and drivetrain, and the number of mileage that a bus may run before it requires midlife refurbishing or before its full life cycle expires. In the case of the rural school buses, the first tranche that are now in the fleet, these are American-made buses. They come with the, what's the name of the engine? Cummins engine, Allison transmission, the best in the world. They have a life cycle of up to 500,000 miles before they are due for major overhaul or refurbishing. The average age of each of these buses is 12 years. The average mileage that we have recorded for the buses is about 160,000, which means that they are not even at pre-life stage as yet if they are operated under normal conditions and they are regularly serviced and maintained. So the life cycle of these buses, if we care for them the way we should and the way the industry recommends that they are cared for, could be another 12, 15 years under our operating conditions, given the average daily mileage that each bus is expected. It's a little bit different for buses that are deployed, for example, within the KMTR, where these are from a different region of the world. The components may not be as sturdy, and engine and transmission components might be different, and hence the reason why they are much cheaper. And we have seen where buses are doing as many as 100,000 kilometers in a year, when the industry standard should be around 30,000, 40,000 kilometers. So it is quite possible that newer buses could expire before some of the older buses, depending on how they are worked, how they are serviced, how they are maintained, and a number of other factors.
Thank you very much for that response, because I had gotten a sense that the used buses we got from the US were extremely sturdy school buses. When you listed the features or benefits of the bus that we procured, I didn't hear one particular area that I found useful. Don't know if it is so, but I do know someone who drove one of the school buses in the US, and he said one of the features, the safety features, was that it had metal panels on either side, heavy-duty metal panels. So if you run into a coaster bus or a highest bus, a child would be far more likely to be injured than one of these buses. Does that feature actually exist in the bus, one? And two, would that feature be in the new buses that we would seek to procure? One of the limitations I would suspect would be that middle section at the back of the bus, which is glass. But I've noticed that the students are seated. I don't know, do we carry students standing as well? Or do we, make the effort to ensure that all the students are seated where they would be safest? And what would be the features for the new buses in that regard as well, in terms of safety? And instead of going back around, I'll ask a question coming from Member Morris behind me. He was concerned about the brake capacity of the buses, given our terrain and climate, where the rural spaces significantly deteriorate and we have hilly spaces to traverse, whether or not you had a specialized braking system that currently exists, and if not, would be considered for the new buses.
I'm getting hand signals from Mr. Morris.
You.
Did Mrs. Holness ask your question, or would you? So you don't have a separate. You also want to ask a question. Go. Yes, go ahead.
My question to you is, through you, Mr. Chairman, to Director Ellington, are you considering that come March 31st, your team will have to take responsibility for maintenance? Mm-hmm. Have you started to get the data and to kind of develop a pattern where the maintenance issues are, so that as soon as you move into or you take over, then there can be a seamless transition in the maintenance process, and so you would be able to take care of the issues with no problem.
Sorry.
Into the response, a lot of persons still believe the rural bus system is a school bus system. I think we should use this opportunity to remember it's for currently the rural spaces of Jamaica. Because a lot of persons ask me, so why are we not getting a bus from Papine to Gordon Town? why Bull Bay doesn't have any of the bus. And I have to keep reminding them it is our system. So we probably need to delve into that a little bit more.
No, I'm not clear on the point you're making. Are you saying that it's not a rural school bus program? It's a broader program?
Rural school bus program, as the name rural suggests. So a lot of persons will still be asking. So St. Andrew is rural, Bull Bay is not rural. Popping to Gordon Town Square is not rural. But they're asking over and over, what about us? Why we don't have any of the school buses? And so I'm not sure if it affects other constituencies where...
Because those routes are served by JUTC already.
So the volume and quality of service, let us know. But STEM now is a rural one and dedicated to those spaces. So I think they should take the opportunity to also reiterate and remind Jamaicans, when you're wrapping up, what the idea is in having this rural system.
All right. Since it seems that we're at the end of the questioning, I'll just add one of my own. When you're talking about the suitability and maintenance, the issues to do with the buses having largely given service in urban level areas in North America, the terrain, the hilly terrain, given especially with the larger buses, the overhang, the tail swing, the engine and not designed for that hilly terrain. Have we done anything in terms of changing the specifications for the new buses that we're going out for? I mean, I remember buses, we were supposed to have a bus at Prattville Primary, for example, and it bottomed out. It couldn't go up the hill. So have we looked at those specifications in terms of transmission, etc.? Well, I stepped out of the room.
Right. So, Chair, with your leave, may I address your question first, and then the last question posed by Mrs. Holness, and then I'll go to the others. The answer is yes. In the specs that we're doing for the new set of buses, we have considered the lessons learned from this first set of buses, and we have spec'd out engine type, transmission type, where the engines are mounted, the overhangs front and rear of other systems, for example, the braking system, so that they can actually manage our road conditions better. And in terms of the question that was asked about come April 1, how will the maintenance program go? The fact is that the JUTC will not take over the actual works. The works are now being performed by El Hydro, who are the bus providers, but a part of the first phase of contract is that they deliver the service they maintain. Up until deliver the service they maintain, up until the end of March. Come April 1, we will enter into a contract with them for the continuation of what they are doing now. So it's not like we're going to have a competency gap in the continuity of bus servicing and maintenance. I'll go to the issue of it's the metal flat bars you had referred to, Mrs. Holness, and these are not bus life cycle requirements in school buses. They consist of flat bars across the windows to prevent children from hanging their heads out. The frame of the buses, the ribs are closer together so that in the event of a rollover, the buses do not crumble and students do not get injured or killed. The seat configuration are done, in fact, there's a term known as compartmentalization inside of the buses, where the seats are high back, cushioned front and back, and they are close together, because the tendency is for children not to sit in the benches there. And that's, and that member is deliberate, because children have a tendency to use belts to harm themselves and others, and therefore, as a substitute for belt, they do the seat configuration where children can bounce around in those little compartments but do not get injured. Yeah. They do not come with it, none of them. Yes.
I think you're making a suggestion for improvement in the design of the... I'm trying to turn on your mic, but I think too many mics are on. Oh, you're you know.
But I'm not finished, yes.
You're trying to get this?
concept of not having seat belts for children, I believe, at the edge of the seat. So you would have the corner of the bus as one barrier to sliding off, but in the center, it should have some sort of rail or something that allows a child to slide and come to the middle, and you still don't fall off the seat of the bus.
It is something to consider, member, but none of the buses that we have.
Turn on, press back your.
Okay. In our research on bus safety features for children, none of them have that feature, and we could do further inquiries to interrogate why it's not there.
All right, it's
right.
Mr. Hines has been waiting very patiently.
I still have a question.
You answered the question.
There's one more.
Go ahead.
That I'll just address. It has to do, well, two. One of them is whether these safety features are considered in the specs for the next round of buses, and yes, indeed they are. And the final one has to do with the braking systems for the buses. And we did have feedback from some drivers in 1 or 2 rural parishes about concerns over braking when the buses are coming downhill, especially heavy when they're loaded and when
it's called
there's
brake
wet.
fade. Brake fade.
Brake fade.
When you're using it on a long downhill.
Right.
Yeah.
It just starts sliding, and that is something that we are addressing with the suppliers. And again, in the new set of buses going forward, we have made provision for a different braking system to be installed on those buses. Thank you very much.
Mr. Hines, a final question. We want to allow the staff and our guests to go to lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question is for the Permanent Secretary. When can we expect the information you promised about informing the Member of Parliaments about the new system, especially for the new Member of Parliaments who were not around when the bus routes were chosen at the start of this new rural bus program?
Just to be clear, you want information on the first phase or the second phase?
All phases.
Well, the first phase can be provided. As for the second phase, we are just doing the PIAB process. Information is not ready to be shared as yet.
Not a problem.
Right. You will recall, PS, Mrs. Honis explained how MPs were canvassed in the first round.
Right.
And we had asked then that those persons who were not MPs, then Mr. Williams, Mr. Hines, and
that
so
will
on.
be done when we are rolling out. When the buses are acquired, then we would canvass the...
No. If you just allow me. So they want to know, first of all, what exists now.
I said I would
thing.
share that, Chairman.
And second, they want to know if they're going to be canvassed, so they have an input into the routes that they think that they would like to suggest be included for consideration
All
in
right.
the next round.
So let me answer again, to be clear. Thank you, Chairman. I will send out what exists in the first phase because the buses are not acquired as yet. We're not at routes, but we will get there. So closer to the time, we're just commencing the process. Closer to the time when we'll be acquiring the buses, we can all canvass the MPs again. Currently, we are just in the conception. It's too early to canvass. Okay, but I'll share that with you, member.
Thank you very much. And the next question is, from a general standpoint, where are the buses for Clarendon stationed, and where are the reserves held? And how can the people of Clarendon, especially northern Clarendon, be assured that their situation will be considered in terms of the terrain and the road network and the horrible states of the road? How can they be considered for getting full access to this rural bus program?
I think that's for Mr. Ellington.
Yes, I will yield to Mr. Ellington with that.
Thank you, Chair. Member, so in terms of the first question, where are the buses in Clarendon based? There is temporary basing infrastructure provided by the supplier, El Hydro, in Maypen. And the reserve buses are based in Mandeville, which is not very far from there. In terms of access to service in northern Clarendon, I'm trying to. No, the question was how will residents in these areas access the service, right? So that is in 2 parts. One, with the current deployments of the JUTC services going up into some interior townships. that provides transportation for children, and that has been so for some time now. We have maintained that. The second part of the answer is that when the new buses arrive, those routes will be considered. There's something that I needed to say earlier, and that is between the Service Planning Department of the JUTC and the Ministry of Education through its liaison officer in consultation with the principals of schools and with some members of parliament, and that is to be expanded. Most of the routes have already been identified. They have been determined. What we have done in phase 1 is to service the high priority routes. In phase 2, we will be going to the next set in order of priority, which also includes additional buses on some routes currently being served, because some of the routes currently being served, we do not have the type of equipment to fully serve them. With the smaller buses coming in, we should be able to do that. And with the third tranche of buses, hopefully, rural students who are in need of public transport.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, just one more, if you allow me, a follow-up. Given that you're estimated to invest the $3.5 billion to acquire the new buses, in protecting your investment and the country's investment, wouldn't it be prudent that you would have had a good conversation with the National Works Agency to ensure that these roads that your new buses are going to be on can facilitate same and will minimize your number of times you need to maintain them and to make sure that they stay operational so you could maximize your output in taking students back and forth consistently and safely?
Route surveys have been done and will continue, and we actually report back to the NWA giving a list of roads that we have surveyed and the conditions that need remedial action for the buses to operate safely and reliably. We will continue to do that as we assess and reassess and as we project additional mobile resources into the area. So it is an ongoing exercise.
I can appreciate that. I would just ask you kindly if we could look very diligently at Clarendon, and especially Northern Clarendon. The roads are deplorable and they need fixing. Thank you.
I think that appeal is for somebody else. So, in fairness to Mr.
Ellington, I'm sure Mr. Ellington can help me to get it done. Thank you.
I will do my best.
Thank you, sir.
Mrs. PS, you wanted to make a final?
No,
Okay.
thank you.
Well, then let me, it's left on our team, Mr. Ellington and his team. We've had a good long session, and we appreciate you coming and sharing with us as frankly as you have, and good luck in the rollout of your next phase. And you know, I can't, it's perhaps not for this committee, but I'm sure when we are coming to the supplementary estimates, I'll be asking you and your team, Mr. Ellington, how you're going to cover the 7.7 billion gap that I saw in the, so good luck in that.
Oh, you were finished with me, Chair. Thank you, though. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You're excused.
Supposed to hear me now. When I hear me now? My check, 1 2 1 2. When I hear me now? Yes, my people. So this lady, I share the lady where them expose. You hear how she spicy, so Antonio, where you deal with? Big up all of my moderator them, Sassy, Joanne. Last time I been no so a long time, I no see her no baby. Hope you alright, you know. Where she there? Let me find her. She did sassy as I. Mighty God. She sassy bad, brother. And Joan is putting pieces them in the strategically in place for defend all of the nonsense them what they do. See her? As she see, you know, so me I watch her and I realize, hold on there, so fine her. Me I scroll back through to see. Eh? Oh, she's so sassy. She's sassy bad. No, me no want no nice. Me just want to find her face. Her face me want to find, you know. Oh my God. Yeah, man. Andrew Wallace putting people in the FID. Andrew Wallace putting people in. Fame people in. Remember, said the PMP have a city lady when they win, you know. It's a permanent job, you know. This is a woman, you know. Go back a little bit. See her there? As she that? As she Jamaica. Me just realize say she. And how me realize say she. Her attitude. Her spirit. Me never remember say she Andre they put up her picture until me see. Me hear her talking in her last part. I saw how she get spicy. You feel me I deal it? Me never watch highlights still, so me all go back because Mr. Newell they ask some question and I tell you say Mr. Newell no play now. This man, Jamaica, St. Mary, you should be proud. Remember me tell you that. Anytime this man come in front of nobody, he is so detailed in a conversation and the question them when I ask. None of the, if you don't have your thing together, when you see Mr. Newell, and a lot of the PMP, don't get me wrong, Damien Crawford are the same way, but me I talk about brand new people. You see Mr. Newell, you see what your name, even Wavel Hines, don't sleep on Wavel Hines. A lot of the PMP them really ask some critical question and I do them job. You understand what I say? And are questions that need to be answered. Oh, this Eli Clark. She broke like dog, she seeking payday. Me rotted, no, me don't know about that. I mean, I know about that. Me not even go there so with her. I not even go there so. I not go there so with her, my general. I don't know about that. But do I believe she's compromised? Of course, she's not bipartisan. She a anti-honest people. She a labor right. So I don't trust her. But listen to this.
Here. You know that already.
Mr.
You're not
Clark.
going to bully me.
Yeah.
So, Chairman,
somebody that is on the ground. I don't know about you. I am on the ground.
You're asking the officials.
I am asking you, Mr. Chairman.
Right, you're
you
asking
to ask the
through
question.
me. Right, you're asking.
And I'm doing it the formal way, through you to the technical.
Right, and I don't know which one of the officials wants to respond to that.
So I want to go on here, so. J Bryan, big up yourself. No, J Bryan, they not play. Me I tell you, them are. Me no know if people are watch the opposition, but me I tell you, especially some of them new up. Me say, them are ask some question. We are knock them. Them are knock them and I pin them in one corner. If they don't know what them are do. They fumble double and fumble up. Them new PMP are dangerous. And a joke, and a joke thing. Me I listen to them good. But me never know something go on there, some man. What?
Officials.
Answer that, yes, we're aware. A simple answer is yes, we're aware, and we have gotten some statistics from the Ministry of Education.
All right, Mr. Newell.
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't turn the mic off. I'm still appealing.
It's okay. It's okay.
Thank you, Chair. Just before, because and if I have to establish it at every meeting, I will establish it at every meeting, Chairman.
You just made a hell of a statement.
Every meeting, I will establish it at every meeting, Chairman.
You just made a hell of a statement for a long time.
No, but you're not going to be a bully in here. You know that already. You're not going to bully me.
Yeah.
So, Chairman, my questions will be based on 73. Will be based on 73A of the PAAC.
I want to try bully Mr. Newell. I over the search at have them out. Somebody please help me. Me I try figure it out. Hold on there. Make we zoom in on this now. Let me find out what go on. Cause me no know who over there start try to bully Mr. Newell. They don't know say he's not the one. He come like they don't know say him is not the one. You hear what the man say, you're not going to bully me. And the boy there, so. So you are going, mighty God, hot. God is the greatest. Thank you. But let me see what I go on as a Jamaica. No, this sounds serious. Who over this I try to bully him? Let me look on it. Let me look back on this. Alright. Let me see who I run off them mouth. I hear right clock I run off him mouth. Hold on there.
Establish it at every meeting, Chairman.
You just made a hell of a statement for a long time.
Oh! A E-right clock I try bully. Omar Newell, J. Bryan, you have to run with this now. J. Bryan, you have to run with this on TikTok, you know, brother. Yo! Them let me tell you a time stop. Hold on there. Hold on there. Meeting must done. Yo! The meeting must done. Let me find it. Are them still live? John, all they have to do is go back and look for when Mr. Newell attack.
The budget debate, since we're all quite intensely occupied during this period, and it would also give the clerk who is new, the committee clerk who is new, a little time to get up to speed. I have no objection to that.
Spark, as you have identified, I do still have a concern in that again, PAAC's mandate is reviewing appropriations. The monies that were budgeted should be spent by the different ministries, agencies, and departments, and how it was. Let me tell you why I'm identifying Spark as a particular one. The committee that handles infrastructure, get the name of it.
Infrastructure Committee.
The Infrastructure Committee, all right, which is the committee that should take up exclusively road infrastructure, bridge infrastructure. That is what that committee is for.
I think you're interpreting the mandate too narrowly, and Mr. Newell has, on more than one occasion in discussions with Mr. Clark as chairman of the Infrastructure Committee, pointed out that this committee is not limited to examining appropriations. It goes,
this
the
one?
PAAC
Yeah.
It says it.
is not limited. Mr. Newell, perhaps you could just
two things, Chair, if I generally
I'm going to just invite you, since I see you have the standing orders in front of you.
All right.
To
It is
just
a book
read the
that I've been
relevant
trying
section.
to learn and build some expertise on.
Well.
So it says the 73A says the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee shall have the duty of, and it seems A and B are the only two that it has traditionally, or it is seen to do, examining budgetary expenditure of government agencies and other public bodies to ensure that expenditure is done in accordance with parliamentary approval, monitoring expenditure as it occurs, and keeping the Parliament informed of how the budget is being implemented. So those are A and B. But C says inquiring into the administration of the government to determine hindrances to efficiency and making recommendations to the government for the improvement of public administration. I think C gives a
C
broader,
is a very broad mandate.
mandate
But
to look into the administration of.
Even B would provide for examination of these programs that straddle one year to another. We're not like the PAC. We don't have to wait for the appropriations to be spent and then they come and do a report.
You don't have to explain that to me at all. Administration. When you are reviewing the administration of government, what is it that you take that review to mean?
Well, I believe it looks at just how different government programs are managed. And if you read the entire thing, it speaks to hindrances to efficiency, for example. And so if, to take today, because you mentioned the JUTC matter, I think it is totally appropriate for this committee to examine whether one way of implementing versus another.
JUTC, the one that I highlighted was Spark. sparked for a particular reason.
Right.
Because there's a committee that's supposed to do exactly that, like
Yeah.
specific for roads.
But Mrs. Honest, when we look, for example, at the Hurricane Melissa recovery, elements of that straddled many different sessional select committees of this parliament, and it's the nature of the PAAC that there will be some overlap at the margins. While we may not be the principal committee to examine infrastructure, the principal committee to examine education, but in the course of our work, we will overlap the work of those committees at the margins. So
I don't think we can say a program is off limits to the PAC
I am
based on how this is structured.
the general feeling of the members, as we have discussed what subjects to go on, they have tended to interpret the standing orders as it relates to the mandate of this committee more broadly than narrowly.
Just one more thing though, Chair, as it relates to the, because one of the things I've been trying to understand is just who sets the rules for committees. And as I've said the last meeting, and I'll say again, I think whoever occupies the chair, there should be a level of respect for the chair and that role, just the fact that the role is being occupied. I haven't found much about the microphone system in the standing orders, but what I've found, it speaks the language of catching the eye of the chair or of the speaker. We can decide if the microphone is what is to be used, but Rule 4.6 says the Speaker in the House and the Chairman in committees shall have power to regulate the conduct of business in all matters not provided for in these standing orders. So if the standing order doesn't speak to a microphone system and there's a system by which you seek recognition in another way, it is entirely appropriate and allowed based on the standing orders.
Well,
Yeah, the standing orders allow you to find another way so you can raise your hand. If you recall, when you entered Parliament
Yes.
for the first month, I found some persons behaving as if they were children. Literally, the system was, as some believe there is bias, to have the clerk.
You're biased, Juliet, you're biased. Yeah, J. Brad, want you run with them party and brother.
Identify individuals. So I didn't do so as speaker, which would be the same in the chair. Yeah. Instead of me writing down who is first, second, third, and sometimes missing the individual, I'd pass that responsibility to the clerk and deputy clerk to say, you know, peruse the parliament, see what's happening, and you identify the sequence. It didn't work because of members. So the standing orders does not specify that you must use a microphone system. Right. But the microphone system, which allows persons to be identified one after the other in the sequence in which they touch the mic, was one that made it so that there is no human intervention in who is first, who is second, who is third. So I take no issue if the committee decides that you're going to hold up your hand, and if that is what the chair and the committee, not just the chair,
well, it speaks to, no man, it's in the same, so I deliberately, after I read this, I never took any part in the discussion about whether you wanted hands to be raised or mics to be turned on, as long as I would get an opportunity to participate. So in the same regard, I think the same respect should be given to chair of committee to make a decision in terms of,
like
because it's a simple decision.
So like
it's in my mind, it shouldn't detain a lot
that chairman's prerogative is such that I'm going to ask the questions at the beginning.
Well, there are ways.
I mean, I don't think we're going to find agreement on this. I think you've read what the standing orders say. My view as chairman is that the mic system does not replace the chairman. The chairman presides over the committee. The mic system is here to serve the committee, not the committee to serve the mic system. So
how you deal with your bias,
we've been going on fine up to now, and you know,
you deal with your bias.
I really, you know, just allow me to finish. Just allow me to finish. I have tried to be impartial in my conduct of this committee, and the fact that from time to time, members on both sides are maybe upset with me, suggest to me that I am achieving impartiality, right?
Exactly. Unlike you, nobody over a PMP no like you, Juliet. Because your clear bias is over there. So big up this man, all the man Damien Craft for that issue. So that means say he's being big up yourself. Big up yourself.
And you know, that is something I would commend to you, Mrs. Honest, when you're presiding in the chair in the House. But members, I mean, it's almost 1 o'clock. I think the staff would like to have lunch. I don't think we need to prolong this anymore. Further, you had a suggestion, Mr. Williams? Could you press your mic?
It was working fine, and I don't agree with that. You are, I mean, I don't want to get into your business, but a member was dislodged from this committee because of the same issue.
No member was dislodged from this committee. So please, don't misrepresent.
A member was not removed. Again, on a point of order, Chairman.
That's rubbish. That's rubbish.
They must seek to create division. You see that? Watch it out, man.
The member did not say that. The member never said that. No, he never said he resigned because of that. He didn't resign in the meeting. He did not resign.
Could we, I don't think there's any point in prolonging. So could we settle on the date of the next meeting as April? If we are to, we kind of lose our cycle if we miss March 25th, which I don't have a problem with. So the next available Wednesday morning would be April 29th. No, Mr. You are heading down a path that, you know, you can't speak for another member who is not here. So let's move beyond that. April 29th, can we agree on date of next meeting, April 29th? All right. There being April 29th. Didn't you ask for, you had said a break? I'm proposing the clerk has told me the next available Wednesday morning is the 29th. I'm saying, can we all agree on that? Aye? Okay. Can I have a motion for the adjournment? So move. Second. All in favor? Thank you. The meeting stands adjourned.
Chairman, good morning to the team from...
We have been producing...
You have to turn them on one at a time. So.
No, I don't turn them on one at a time.
What system we're operating? I don't just, Mr.
Chairman, if you continue to press the button more than
one, operating on. The microphone system provides fairness.
Look, everybody is turning on their mics. Some people unintentionally turn off their mic. I'm proceeding. I'm recognizing members in this order, all right? I am now recognizing Mr. Clark, then it's Mr. Newell, Dr. Dawes, and Mrs. Honest, and then Mr.
Student attendance have been increased $100.
Okay. The
school bus and the private operators of people.
So
what happened? You see, for example, now I'm going to the next mic. 2 mics have been turned on.
You probably
this is why the way we have been producing.
You have to turn them on one at a time. So
no, I don't turn them on one at a time.
So for you to have 2 mics on, it means you would have pressed twice.
You press twice, yeah.
Because all of them don't.
Once you only press once and it turn 1 mic.
You know,
on
Mrs. Honest, we were having no problems in this committee in how we were proceeding. All the last meetings you were absent. We were proceeding on the basis that I was recognizing the members as they caught my eye, and there was no challenge.
No problem.
Right? When you are in the chair, you run it. When I'm in the chair, I will present.
But Mr. Chair, we have a microphone system if you're going to do that.
Mr. Clark, you are next on my list.
But no, this serious. No, J-Brand. Wire up them out, you know. No, this serious. No one J-Brand rub them out bodies. But look at this. Eli Clark and Juliet Honest come at this meeting here. this committee here and I try to tell the PMP how to run the committee, Mr. Bunting, what can go so? What can go so? But now with the box set, but it's serious.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
And then
Mr. Chairman,
Dr. Dawes.
as you're well aware, even in the first world countries, public transportation is heavily subsidized at all times.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Chair, I would just like to know what system we're operating. I don't just, Mr. Chair,
Chairman, if you
what I have to
continue
say.
to press the
What
button more
system
than
are we
once,
operating on?
I
The
don't.
microphone system provides fairness.
Look, everybody is turning on their mics. Some people unintentionally turn off their mic. I'm proceeding. I'm recognizing members in this order, all right? I am now recognizing Mr. Clark, then it's Mr. Newell, Dr. Dawes, and Mrs. Hornis, and then Mr. Williams. No, you are not the first person. Mr. Clark, please proceed. Your mic is on. You don't wish to speak anymore?
You must use the system of the mic because it shows fairness.
Mr. Clark, are you going to
You're not
speak
the
or
chair.
not?
For the mic is fairness.
No, don't assist me. You're not the chair, please. Please.
No, she's rude. Damn rude to discuss them.
You're proceeding, Mr. Clark? All right, Mr. Newell, Mr. Clark doesn't seem to intend to go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning to the team from the ministry. And
You didn't speak when your mic was on. Proceed, Mr. Newell.
right.
Well, you are accustomed to doing that to them, so, all right. Mr. Newell, please proceed. The mic was on, I recognized you, and you refused to speak. The mic was on, you refused to speak after I recognized you. You've lost your turn. You have lost your turn. Mr. Newell, please
Thank you,
proceed.
Chair.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I will not give Mr. Newell the right to speak.
It's
You
your
don't
right
give
to
anybody the right to speak.
I
You
thought we
don't give
established
anybody
that
the
last-
How would the backside are going in the PAAC meeting? Petra, how you doing? Dan, big up. Dre Brian, a banger and listener. Me never watch the first part, you know. Because I wake up and it already did start. And then me a listen and me I say, no man. Me catch it just after this when Mr. Newell asks about him the last 3 questions them to the lady. Zane, them a try to bully the PMP in the PAAC meeting. And if you listen at the end a while ago, she was trying to tell them what is the mandate of the PAAC and the scope of the PAAC. These people are controlled megalomaniacs. Them a dictator. Them can't. It's like them don't. Yo, them drunk off of power. God need to take them down. Every last one of them. God need to take them down. Selvanev, where I deal with. Me say, I want the backside I go.
You think that is not your right to give?
You don't give anybody the right to speak.
I was before.
You were recognized, you refused to speak.
You are the chairman rather than chairing the meeting. You have to turn over that question. 1. And 2, you're now trying to take away my right as a person to speak and give it to another member. No, Mr. Chairman.
I recognized you and you refused to speak. Now that your mic is off, you're ready to speak?
If you give me the right to speak, no. Before Mr. Newell, I will speak.
Chairman.
All right.
Thank you
Go
very
ahead.
much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in every country, including first world country, public transportation is heavily subsidized. More so, a situation as this where we are dealing with children.
You know, so me know what the problem. Let me tell you what the problem. Them know so the PMP did right about the old bus them. Because now them are buying new bus. So them come out defensive because them know so that meeting and not gonna really end well for them. That's what happened, you know. So them are trying to preempt the thing and turn the conversation into having a problem with Sir Bunting and him being the chair and him not be fair and one bag of nonsense. Right? When that cannot be established in any form. Right? Nobody, no well-thinking Jamaican is looking at these meetings. And if you watch them, you don't see no problem. They run smooth. Who caused the problem? Them. The two who cheer them for the house. Juliet Holness and Eli Clark And then Delroy Williams, I saw him name. That the one name over the corner there, so we have been. See me over the corner there, so we have been. I think at the left part of the screen. We are lean over and talk to somebody. The two of them are real cockroach them for true, you know? Mighty God.
There are schools who, because of the situation that they had before, that they would have gone into private negotiation or agreement with private transportation to transport kids. That does not say that at this time that the government is putting in place a system that they will not gladly accept a situation as that. Mr. Chairman, when you take, for example, the western section of Jamaica, transportation to and from school sometimes is very dangerous. So, for example, Westmoreland, you have what you call the bike taxis. And that one bike that is to transport 2 persons at any given time will take 6, including 5 children and the rider. Mr. Chairman, that is not accepted, should not be accepted, but it's the reality. Now that the government is introducing as a rural school bus system, I think we should appreciate and accept. There are going to be flaws, we can iron them out. Mr. Chairman, the private person is doing this for a profit. That does not say that the government should renege on their duties and say, okay, it is only for private people only. They have a duty to provide. When you look at schools in Montego Bay, high schools in Montego Bay, for example, in St. James, for example, in one constituency, South St. James, you have at least 3 high schools. Right now, or before the introduction of the rural school bus system, you also have some stories that you hear that is unbelievable. You have what you call, Mr. Chairman, no pocket D&M something. It is a story that I would have to tell you about it outside of this meeting. But, Mr. Chairman, we must welcome the situation here now. I am asking.
Do you have a question, Mr. Clark, for the officials?
Are you aware, Mr. Chairman?
You have a question?
Hey, on a note, you see, anytime you see E.R.I. Clark again, no one ever cough, a sinner kill him. Eh? Because him there saw have one whole speech instead of ask one question. And you see how much latitude Mr. Bunting give him? You see how long him talk and him not ask one question? When we there in Parliament, I hope he give them the same latitude. Well, then again, from the other day when we look upon the situation, that was not the case. Lara, Wagwan. Them trouble this.
For me?
I am speaking through the chairman to the official, if you don't understand.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the technocrats that are here. Are you aware, Mr. Chairman, that since this rural school bus system has been introduced, that a lot of all that nuances have been cut out or minimized? I am somebody that is on the ground. I don't know about you. I am on the ground.
You're asking the officials.
I am asking you, Mr. Chairman.
Right, you're asking
to ask the question.
Right, you're asking.
And I'm doing it the formal way, through you to the technical.
Right, and I don't know which one of the officials wants to respond to that.
Basically, Peter Bunting is saying, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Where is this evidence of what you're talking about? I cannot confirm or deny that.
You see that?
Officials.
Answer that. Yes, we're aware. A simple answer is yes, we're aware. And we have gotten some statistics from the Ministry of Education.
All right, Mr. Newell.
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't turn the mic off. I'm still appealing.
It's okay. It's okay.
Thank you, Chair. Just before, because, and if I have to establish it at every meeting, I will establish it at every meeting, Chairman.
You just made a hell of a statement for a long time.
No, but...
Hold on there. So, E.R.I. Clark fi talk and do a eulogy before he asks one question. But him want to silent. Because that's why I play it, you know, because I want to understand the context of where the argument come from, you know. So him want to stop Mr. Omar Newell from expressing himself. No, them people are really bagger. They need to come from what our government. We can't continue with them, my people. Yeah. God have to remove them. In a Jesus' mighty name. Them got to go. Them got to go. Them got to go. What the hell is this? How are the backside going?
You're not going to be a bully in here. You know that already. You're not going to bully me.
Yeah.
So, Chairman, my questions will be based on 73. With bully in here, you know every meeting. I will establish it at every meeting, Chairman.
You just made a hell of a statement for a long time.
No, but you're not going to be a bully in here. You know that already. You're not going to bully me.
Yeah.
So, Chairman, my questions will be based on 73. Will be based on.
Yo, you hear what the man say? You're not going to bully me. You know that already. Me love it. Me love it. Me love the energy and the drive. That is it. Me no want to see no PMP in the parliament at any point in time. I go on like say they want to quiver to none of them JLP MP. No bullying around here. Me love how Dr. Das deal with dead man Mackenzie Wadia. Well, I'm going to sit down and go be with their grandkids them. Not sure. Them are Jamaica biggest problem. I never tell a lie or something.
73A of the PAAC. I am not here for any pony show, that horse and pony show with nobody. I am here to deal with the business of the people. And what 73A empowers this committee to do, which is to examine budgetary expenditure, to monitor expenditure as it occurs, and to inquire into the administration of the government to determine hindrances to efficiency. That is what I am here to do.
Well,
and so I have some questions for
Mr. Clark,
for the
please,
ministry based on that. No, but before, Chairman, I think it's important that Jamaica knows that he doesn't represent what the sample size of parliamentarians is. He's extremely rude and brash and crude and vulgar. And that isn't necessary in a place like this, as a gentleman.
All right, go.
Damn! Yo, listen, man. I'm loving this. Hey, Dre Byrne, bro, you gotta clip this up. Yo, you gotta clip this. Yo. Oh, my God. No, I'm clipping this up, too. Lord have mercy. Let's play that back. Let's play that back. Man, listen. What? Go back. Let me see.
You're asking to ask the question.
Right, you're asking.
And I'm doing it the formal way through you to the technical.
Right, and you're
believable.
No, I gotta clip this
Know
up.
that the government. You are.
I gotta clip this up. This is too good.
Public transportation.
This is too good. This is too good, Jamaica. Yeah, I gotta clip this up. Yo!
Mr. Clark doesn't seem
I'm
to
posting
intend
this.
to go.
I'm posting this. Yo! No man, Omar Newell dealing in business. Celine Wagwan.
What system we're operating? I don't just,
Mr. Chairman, if you continue to press the button more than
system are we
once.
operating on?
Let me just do this. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's a brother BOLO V&R, and in this one, a peer bangarang in the parliament for the PAAC meeting. Eli Clark and Juliet owners coming like them come on a mission to try to take over and circumvent the powers of Peter Bunting as the chairman in the meeting and tell him how to do his job. Furthermore, Omar Newell put Eli Clark in a place and make him understand himself. I will say no more. I'm just going to play the tape. Mighty God. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a brother V&R. We are here with another one. So, Eli Clark and Juliet Ones run out ban Mr. Peter Bunting in this meeting here. And Omar Newell told Eli Clark the truth about the matter about his character. And the fact that his demeanor does not bode well with these types of settings. Let's listen to this. A beer bangarang. Like and share the video. Get this video up to 2,000 likes. Thank you very much. Let's continue.
The microphone system provides fairness.
Look, everybody is turning on their mics. Some people unintentionally turn off their mic. I'm proceeding. I'm recognizing members in this order, all right? I am now recognizing Mr. Clark, then it's Mr. Newell, Dr. Dawes, and Mrs. Honis, and then Mr. Williams. No, you are not the first person. Mr. Clark, please proceed. Your mic is on. You don't wish to speak anymore?
You must use the system of the mic because it shows fairness.
Mr. Clark, are you going to speak or not?
No, don't assist me. You're not the chair, please. Please.
No, she's rude. Damn rude to discuss them.
You're proceeding, Mr. Clark? All right, Mr. Newell, Mr. Clark doesn't seem to intend to go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning to the team from the ministry. And
you didn't speak when your mic was on. Proceed, Mr. Newell.
Right.
Well, you are accustomed to doing that to them, so, all right. Mr. Newell, please proceed. The mic was on, I recognized you, and you refused to speak. The mic was on, you refused to speak after I recognized you. You've lost your turn. You have lost your turn. Mr. Newell, please proceed.
Chair.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I will not give Mr. Newell the right to speak.
You don't give anybody the right to speak. You don't give anybody the right to speak.
That is not your right to give.
You don't give anybody the right to speak. You were, before you were recognized, you refused to speak.
You are the chairman. Rather than chairman, you have to control that question. One. And two, you're now trying to take away my right as a person to speak and give it to another member. No, Mr. Chairman.
I recognized you and you refused to speak. Now that your mic is off, you're ready to speak?
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Before Mr. Newell, I will speak.
Chairman.
All right.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. In every country, including first world country, public transportation is heavily subsidized. More so, a situation as this where we are dealing with children. There are schools who, because of the situation that they had before, that they would have gone into private negotiation or agreement with private transportation to transport kids. That does not say that at this time that the government is putting in place a system that they will not gladly accept a situation as that. Mr. Chairman, when you take, for example, the western section of Jamaica, transportation to and from school sometimes is very dangerous. So, for example, Westmoreland, you have what you call the bike taxis. And that one bike that is to transport 2 persons at any given time will take 6, including 5 children and the rider. Mr. Chairman, that is not accepted, should not be accepted, but it's the reality. Now that the government is introducing as a rural school bus system, I think we should appreciate and accept. There are going to be flaws, we can iron them out. Mr. Chairman, the private person is doing this for a profit. That does not say that the government should renege on their duties and say, okay, it is only for private people only. They have a duty to provide. When you look at schools in Montego Bay, high schools in Montego Bay, for example, in St. James, for example, in one constituency, South St. James, you have at least 3 high schools. Right now, or before the introduction of the rural school bus system, you also have some stories that you hear that is unbelievable. You have what you call, Mr. Chairman, no pocket D&M something. It is a story that I would have to tell you about it outside of this meeting. But Mr. Chairman, we must welcome the situation here now. I am asking.
Do you have a question, Mr. Clark, for the officials?
Are you aware, Mr. Chairman?
You have a question for me?
I am speaking through the chairman to the official, if you don't understand.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the technocrats that are here. Are you aware, Mr. Chairman, that since this rural school bus system has been introduced, that a lot of all that nuances have been cut out or minimized? I am somebody that is on the ground. I don't know about you. I am on the ground.
You're asking the officials.
I am asking you, Mr. Chairman.
Right, you're asking
to ask the question.
Right, you're asking.
And I'm doing it the formal way, through you to the technical.
Right, and I don't know which one of the officials wants to respond to that. You see,
What I want to point out, you see how cool and level-headed, the chairman is, ladies and gentlemen, versus how demonstrative and emotional Eli Clark is, and also Juliet Ones when they're operating. Look at their body language when they're the speaker of the house, and I want you to look at the professionalism being on display from Peter Bunting. Just the maturity, the difference. He gave him leverage. So are you asking a question? Then he went to the question. He never in too much of a back and forth. But let's continue.
Answer that. Yes, we're aware. A simple answer is yes, we're aware. And we have gotten some statistics from the Ministry of Education.
All right, Mr. Newell.
Yeah, I was hoping you wouldn't turn the mic off. I'm still appealing.
It's okay. It's okay.
Thank you, Chair. Just before, because, and if I have to establish it at every meeting, I will establish it at every meeting, Chairman.
You just made a hell of a statement for a long time.
No, but you're not going to be a bully in here. You know that already. You're not going to bully me.
Yeah.
So, Chairman, my questions will be based on 73. Will be based on 73A of the PAAC. I am not here for any pony show, the horse and pony show, anybody. I am here to deal with the business of the people. And what 73A empowers this committee to do, which is to examine budgetary expenditure, to monitor expenditure as it occurs, and to inquire into the administration of the government to determine hindrances to efficiency. That is what I am here to do.
Well,
and so I have some questions for the ministry based on that. No, but before, Chairman, I think it's important that Jamaica knows that he doesn't represent what the sample size of parliamentarians is. He's extremely rude and brash and crude and vulgar. And that isn't necessary in a place like this, as a gentleman.
All right,
Chairman, I have some questions for the ministry based on that. No, but before, Chairman, I think it's important that Jamaica knows that he doesn't represent what the sample size of parliamentarians is. He's extremely rude.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Ministry based on that. No, but before, Chairman, I think it's important that Jamaica knows that he doesn't represent what the sample size of parliamentarians is. He's extremely rude and brash and crude and vulgar. And that isn't necessary in a place like this, as a gentleman.
All right,
Chairman.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Jamaica! No! No, listen, man. Omar Newell is my favorite MP. I'm sorry. Hey, man. Yo, this dude. No. He's my favorite MP. I don't know about none of y'all. But this is how you put people in their places. And he did it with and kept his respect. Because the man was being demonstrative and rude for real. Because the man is there talking now. Mr. Newell was quiet when he was speaking and going off on whatever it is that he wanted to ask and what he wanted to point it out. And as soon as remember he said in the beginning, that he will not allow Mr. Newell to speak. Mr. Newell sat, waited like a gentleman. Look at Mr. Newell's face. The man is visibly upset. Look at his face. Mr. Newell he's visibly upset, ladies and gentlemen. These people are the weapon that is formed against democracy. They are rude, they are obnoxious, and they don't deserve to be in parliament. Then bagger, then two-mouth, then corrupt. They need to go away, as Mr. Wilson would say, go away, man. Right? They have no class, Jamaica. And I'm sure if you should check their antecedents, me thief that word there from Andre. Big up Andre. I am sure if you should check them background, there's a lot to be desired, ladies and gentlemen. It's not just Eli Clark. If you check all of them background in the Jamaica Labour Party, there's a lot to be desired. Them bagger bad man. The man is speaking, the man don't come and waste no time like him. The man is telling you the standing orders of what the committee is about. So everybody know, me here, so he might teach me, and he might teach you, the listeners, so we can understand what is the purpose of the PAAC A lot of people don't know the intricacies of these things. It's called civics. You feel me I deal with? And we all need to learn civics so we can be more educated voters. And if you look at the track record of Mr. Omar Newell, the man has really conducted himself and represented himself, his constituency and his family very well. He's a no-nonsense type of guy. So now Eli Clark and what's she name? Miss Juliet Onis come with them bagger-baggerness and I try for one, tell Peter Bunting how to do him job. And then I try to suppress the People's National Party members in their questions that they have. They are fearing. We're under the sleep? Wait. No, they are fearing, ladies and gentlemen. Can I water them for when I come back here? If you are going another side there. They are fearing this committee because it opens up the opportunity for the People's National Party to dive into the details of these decisions that the government makes, and they want to protect themselves from scrutiny because they are not confident in the decisions and in the decisions that they have made. They are not confident. So we are going to see more of this. I tell you, you need to make sure you watch these meetings. You need to make sure you watch these meetings. I am going to go to the end after he asks his question. I'm going to go to the end for you to hear the discussion between Juliet Willis and Peter Bunting on how they're trying to actually tell the PAAC committee what they can do from what they can't do. Pierre Bangarang, Jamaica. Let's continue.
But before, Chairman, I think it's important that Jamaica knows that he doesn't represent what the sample size of parliamentarians is. He's extremely rude and brash and crude and vulgar. And that isn't necessary in a place like this, as a gentleman.
All right,
Chairman,
let's go
what?
to the question. No, well, if you would keep quiet, we could conduct the work of the committee.
Chairman,
You spoke for like 5 minutes in a statement before I asked you for the question. Just allow Mr. Newell to lay the foundation for his question.
My mother watching, she wouldn't be proud of me talking while here I talking. All right, so the PS mentioned...
Yo, listen, bro. Man, give this man a round of applause, bro. Nah. Hey, he put him in his place there neatly.
He needs some milk.
Yo, the man pulled the mother card, bro. My mother is watching and she wouldn't like for me to be talking while Mr. Eli Clark is talking. Telling Mr. Eli Clark to kindly shut up in the most respectful way possible. I don't know if you guys caught that. Let's continue.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
I mentioned earlier, Chairman, that the ministry... I support the ideals, a reliable, efficient public transportation system that is affordable and safe. It was mentioned earlier that the JUTC is implementing and managing the system, but that the ministry procured the buses. Is it the norm for does the ministry generally procure buses for the JUTC's fleet?
Definitively, yes.
So that
Not
is general.
only the rural school bus, but other buses in the fleet.
Was the JUTC consulted in terms of the decision on whether the buses would be new or used for this particular program?
No, they could not be consulted because it was an unsolicited proposal that the ministry received.
So the policy was in response to an unsolicited proposal? Yeah.
No,
was the policy in response to an unsolicited proposal?
No,
PS,
no,
don't
sir.
keep turning off your mic.
Yeah.
Just keep on your mic.
Okay, no.
So the policy was there ahead of the unsolicited proposal?
Yes, sir.
So the ministry had intended to implement a rural school bus system and to procure buses for same?
Yes, sir.
Was there any consideration of whether the buses to be procured would have been new or used for this system?
The consideration started out as being new. However, based on the unsolicited proposal, they were used buses and we accepted that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to point out that this is the lady that has been a loyal supporter of the Jamaica Labour Party. And Andrew Onis has been as its side. When they call it, she get her partner draw for the position of Shadena. in the ministry of in a DARYL vast ministry. She's the permanent secretary. Yeah man, I see that man. Wagwan Abina, it keep buffering. Internet all over the problem man, but just work with it. Zane. So that's her, ladies and gentlemen. I just wanted to throw that out there. But let's continue.
Would it have been prudent to, since the ministry has an agency that is in the business of managing a large fleet and dealing with the issues involved, would it have been prudent to get some advice from the agency before deciding whether new or used buses would have been, because an unsolicited proposal is not something that binds you. It is a proposal. So I just want to know whether it would have been prudent to get some advice from the agency that has the experience, institutional knowledge in terms of operating and maintaining large public transportation, large public transportation fleet.
What I can say at this point in time is that the JUTC assessed the unsolicited proposal.
Was it always the intention of the ministry to roll out this program in September 2025?
I would not say given that timeline, but what I will say, it was always the intention of the ministry to roll out a rural school bus system. Actually, it was supposed to be rolled out from 2023.
So you were behind in terms of when you had intended to roll out?
Yes, sir.
So the unsolicited proposal, was any opinion sought from the Jamaica Constabulary Force, for example, which had experience implementing a used vehicle program for their fleet?
No.
In terms of the monthly cost of maintenance, has any study been done to see how that compares to the fleet that the JUTC has? So year one on acquisition of a JUTC bus, traditionally, has any study been done to see how the maintenance costs for this fleet compare to that?
I think you're talking about life cycle costs.
Yes.
But I'm going to invite Mr. Ellington. Then I'm going to ask you to pause because you've gone through a number of parts to your question. So I'm going.
Reese Park, as you have identified, I do still have a concern in that PAAC's mandate is reviewing appropriations. I guess you have
Clark during this period, and it would also give since we're all budget debate is going on that the committee doesn't meet, and we want us to see the budget to get. I have no objection.
All right. So we went through the first part, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go through the second part that I told you about. Listen to the argument from Juliet Onis of how they're trying to limit what the PAAC responsibility is. And look how Omar Newell is going to shut it down and Mr. Peter Bunting as well. Both of them is going to shut it down with the facts. Listen to this.
To that.
Reese Park, as you have identified, I do still have a concern in that PAAC's mandate is reviewing appropriations. The monies that were budgeted should be spent by the different ministries, agencies, and departments, and how it was. Let me tell you why I'm identifying Spark as a particular one. The committee that handles infrastructure, get the name of it.
Infrastructure Committee.
The Infrastructure Committee, all right, which is the committee that should take up exclusively road infrastructure, bridge infrastructure. That is what that committee is for.
I think you're interpreting the mandate too narrowly, and Mr. Newell has, on more than one occasion in discussions with Mr. Clark as chairman of the Infrastructure Committee, pointed out that this committee is not limited to examining appropriations. It goes, the PAAC.
Yeah. It says it.
Is not limited. Mr. Newell, perhaps you could just
two things, Chair, if I generally
I'm going to just invite you, since I see you have the standing orders in front of you.
Right. It is about that I've been trying to learn and build some expertise on.
Well.
So it says the 73A says the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee shall have the duty of, and it seems A and B are the only two that it has traditionally, or it is seen to do, examining budgetary expenditure of government agencies and other public bodies to ensure that expenditure is done in accordance with parliamentary approval, monitoring expenditure as it occurs, and keeping the parliament informed of how the budget is being implemented. So those are A and B. But C says inquiring into the administration of the government to determine hindrances to efficiency and making recommendations to the government for the improvement of public administration. I think C gives a
very broad mandate.
To look into the administration.
Even B would provide for examination of these programs that straddle one year to another.
Okay.
We're not like the PAC. We don't have to wait for the appropriation to be spent and then they come and do
don't
a
have to explain that to
report.
me at all. Administration. When you are reviewing the administration of government, what is it that you take that review to mean?
Well, I believe it looks at just how different government programs are managed. And if you read the entire thing, it speaks to hindrances to efficiency, for example. And so if, to take today, because you mentioned the JUTC matter, I think it is totally appropriate for this committee to examine whether one way of implementing versus another.
JUTC, you know, the one that I highlighted was Spark for a particular reason.
Right.
Because there's a committee that's supposed to do exactly that, like specific
But,
for roads.
But Mrs. Honis, when we look, for example, at the Hurricane Melissa recovery, elements of that straddle many different sessional select committees of this parliament, and it's the nature of the PAAC that there will be some overlap at the margins. While we may not be the principal committee to examine infrastructure, the principal committee to examine education, but in the course of our work, we will overlap the work of those committees at the margins. So
I don't think we can say a program is off limits to the PAC
I am
based on how this is structured.
The general feeling of the members, as we have discussed what subjects to go on, they have tended to interpret the standing orders as it relates to the mandate of this committee more broadly than narrowly.
Just one more thing though, Chair, as it relates to the, because one of the things I've been trying to understand is just who sets the rules for committees. And as I've said the last meeting, and I'll say again, I think whoever occupies the chair, there should be a level of respect for the chair and that role, just the fact that the role is being occupied. I haven't found much about the microphone system in the standing orders, but what I've found, it speaks the language of catching the eye of the chair or of the speaker. We can decide if the microphone is what is to be used, but Rule 4.6 says the Speaker in the House and the Chairman in committee shall have power to regulate the conduct of business in all matters not provided for in these standing orders. So if the standing order doesn't speak to a microphone system and there's a system by which you seek recognition in another way, it is entirely appropriate and allowed based on the standing orders.
Well, yeah, the standing orders allow you to find another way so you can raise your hand. If you recall, when you entered Parliament for the first month, I found some persons behaving as if they were children. Literally, the system was, as some believe there is a bias, to have the clerk identify individuals. So I didn't do so as speaker, which would be the same in the chair. Yeah. Instead of me writing down who is first, second, third, and sometimes missing the individual, I'd pass that responsibility to the clerk and deputy clerk to say, you know, peruse the parliament, see what's happening, and you identify the sequence. It didn't work because of members. So the standing orders does not specify that you must use a microphone system. Right. But a microphone system which allows persons to be identified one after the other in the sequence in which they touch the mic was one that made it so that there is no human intervention in who is first, who is second, who is third. So I take no issue if the committee decides that you're going to hold up your hand, and if that is what the chair and the committee, not just the chair,
well, it speaks to, no man, it's in the same, so I deliberately, after I read this, I never took any part in the discussion about whether you wanted hands to be raised or mics to be turned on, as long as I would get an opportunity to participate. So in the same regard, I think the same respect should be given to chair of committee to make a decision in terms of,
so like
because it's a simple decision.
So like the decision
in my mind, it shouldn't be taken a lot
of. Chairman's prerogative is such that I'm going to ask the questions at the beginning.
Well, there are ways.
I mean, I don't think we're going to find agreement on this. I think you've read what the standing orders say. My view as chairman is that the mic system does not replace the chairman. The chairman presides over the committee. The mic system is here to serve the committee, not the committee to serve the mic system. So
how you deal with your bias,
we've been going on fine up to now, and
you know, you deal with your bias.
I really, you know, just allow me to finish. Just allow me to finish. I have tried to be impartial in my conduct of this committee, and the fact that from time to time members on both sides are maybe upset with me suggests to me that I am achieving impartiality, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, where's the lie? Where's the lie? Members from the PMP and the JLP have problem with Mr. Bunting in terms of how he's doing things. Because sometimes people on your team expect you to be biased towards them, you know. But the man has been operating, and I'm not speaking about anybody specifically, because I don't know certain situations. I was not there. I didn't even watch the video, right? I'm not speaking to that. What I'm saying is that normally, generally, persons expect you as a part of a team to be more biased to your side. Juliet Owens knows that she's biased. She knows the conversation that well-thinking Jamaicans are having because she's the Prime Minister's wife and she's not unbiased in her duties as Speaker of the House. She's extremely biased. She is a shield to protect the government in times of need. Remember when the voice of JA big up. Remember when the tabling of the Integrity Commission report was to be tabled. There's a lot of controversy and confusion surrounding that because of Juliet Owens and her bias. You understand? People viewed her as trying to protect her husband, and then if you love your husband and you love your family and you love your party, why wouldn't you? When such a scandalous thing as the Prime Minister's statutory declaration cannot be certified. You understand? So in this one, we have DARYL Clark and Juliet Owens out here trying to tell this man how to run the committee, and he is the chairman. No respect. And we have a Omar Newell that is well read and well studied in the standing orders. And if other members of the People's National Party is not following suit, I'm here to tell them, make sure that you follow Mr. Newell's lead and be very versed in the standing orders. Study it and use it against the Jamaica Labour Party when you are in Parliament. Anytime them come with them nonsense, you draw for the rules them because of your understanding. And this is something that I have to give credit to Mr. Will Rattigan. This is one of the things that he has been hammering on his platform for the People's National Party to do. If there's any criticism, that is a fair criticism. And if there's any suggestions, that is a fair suggestion. For the People's National Party members, the MPs, to be effective, they must know the standing orders back and front, so that DARYL Clark and Juliet Owens and whoever else, Warmington, cannot abuse their power. Use the standing orders against them. And of course, respect to Mr. Omar Newell for putting DARYL Clark in his place for being super disrespectful, right, in this meeting. Like me tell you, say a banger, I'm going to think I'm joking. Can you imagine? Want to make me know what to think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Big up on yourself. Alright. So, if anybody wants to call in, now would be the time and give their thoughts. The number to call is 876-451-6535. That's 876-451-6535. Ladies and gentlemen, you can WhatsApp call me and we can take it from there, yes? Yeah, man. You know, call in and tell me what you think about this. Me say me couldn't believe. Me say Dior, me couldn't believe Winifred. No, sir. Joanne. Me don't know if you catch that part, but me I play it back. Me couldn't believe the man embarrassing himself. What an embarrassment. Look how DARYL Clark embarrassing himself, eh? My goodness. No, sir, I'm going to play it back. I could go over there. So this is the meeting just a start.
Over there it was the Joint Select Committee.
It looked like the meeting just a start.
CDF during the supply and report, so bringing the National Republican to respond in case both yours without.
From the Ministry of Energy, Transportation, and Telecommunication. And behind me, I have
this lady that was just speaking, Mrs. Campbell Rochester, she is the permanent secretary in DARYL Vaz's ministry. She is one of the close campaigners and supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party and Andrew Honest directly. Allegedly, her husband is one of the bodyguards of Andrew Honest. Talk about compromised. When the permanent secretary is supposed to be somebody that is you know, not biased. But this is the realities that we face, yes? Alright, so what am I going to do? I'm going to look through the news and see what's going on. Nobody not calling. I'm already live on this already, so why not? You guys are seeing me and hearing me clearly. OBS kind of different. A long time in a maneuver it, you know. Yo, a long time in a maneuver it. Jamaica may get old. I'm just playing. That's a bit of an exaggeration. But we all are getting old, yes? So let me see what's going on in the country right now. Oh yes. Oh yes, there are some things I need to highlight that I sent to myself. Let me put up that picture here. This a picture I have to put up. Save this. Let me post up this picture here, so. Fairval Williams. This is where we're at. This is where we're at. Protecting import store owners, hurting local farmers. Online shopping taxed. High fees, too expensive. New taxes, beat them with the bat. This is where we're at. Right? Raw food imports, no GCT, duty free. How the farmers them is going to compete? This is the reality, you know. Mighty God, it's sad, Jamaica. It's sad. This is where we're at, right? Now, somebody said, in regards to the last part of Julie, what's your name? Fairval Williams. Somebody made this point. I thought the JLP had said that they have never taxed Jamaica in a decade. Also note that the 11.4 billion from NHT is listed this year with taxes. Make it make sense. Now, what are they talking about? Well, let me show you. Let me show you exactly what they're talking about. I'm going to change the picture. Right? Look at this, Jamaica. Let me size it down a bit. Revenue measures. Now, I don't know if you guys can see that clearly. Hopefully you can. Alright, wonderful. So remember that the Jamaica Labour Party, one of their things that they boasted about was in a decade no new taxes. Well, they lied. They absolutely lied. And we can say they lied because here's the evidence. 2016, 13 billion. 2017, 14 billion. And 2020, they gave you, what do they call it? Let me find, yes, my TikTok. I put it on my TikTok. Let me find it. Revenue neutral. Revenue neutral. Revenue neutral. Last one, big up yourself. Revenue neutral, 16 billion. See? Remember, so them start all of that, you know. So when they told us that they have never taxed us in a decade, that's a lie. No new taxes in a decade is a lie. There's no other way to put it, Jamaica. They lied to the people. Andrew Onis and his government lied to us. And I didn't even realize it. The person pointed this out in our group. I was like, yo, wait a minute, you're absolutely right. They did lie. Here is another thing. Why? Hey, I don't know why we should not be desensitized by lies. We have to call it out, ladies and gentlemen. It is gross that we have a government that just freely, easily lies to us. So they act as if the benefit of 2019, is it 2019 on the chart right there, when they gave the people the $20,000. Well, listen, I'm going to show you what that actually means, because it's important. Listen to this. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you doing? Welcome to the platform. You know, Sir Aston, I man say a thing and him teach me something. So may I share it to them, because we know some probably don't know neither. Somehow. So they have to learn. Listen to this. This about the speech from that was a speech. It wasn't a budget debate. The speech from Favor Williams. Gigantic waste of time, but listen to this.
Fiscal. You hear a rally?
Yeah, revenue neutral means that you collect back the taxes. At first you said it wouldn't be revenue neutral. It would cost us nothing.
Yeah.
So for the people of Jamaica, revenue neutral means that you collect back the money where you give it.
Absolutely.
So, when she in a parliament that talk about no. So Jamaica, they lied about that as well. She lied about that. In the initial stages, the taxes, Lord of mercy, the taxes that, the money that they gave to the people, the $20,000 that they gave to the people in 2020, right? It wasn't going to cost us anything. But you heard what revenue neutral means. They got back the money in taxes. So they really didn't do anything for the people. Oh, was 2020 an election? So you guys were tricked again. All of you that voted for the Jamaica Labour Party were swindled, were tricked, was bamboozled, manipulated. Again. How longer are you going to allow this government to continue to do that to you? How long is the question? I just want to point out these things, you know, because it's important to point out. Yes? Where are we? So remember, ladies and gentlemen, that tomorrow, which I don't know if I'm going to be able to see it, because I will be on the road, but tomorrow, Mr. Julian Robinson will be doing a real budget presentation tomorrow. So make sure that you guys are tuned in to that. I know probably Mystic Sensation is gonna carry it. Talk Your Mind TV. I don't know. Why am I not seeing it though? I just put it up a while ago. Oh wow, my bad. It's minimized. There it is. Because I edited the other picture, this one got squished up. See there? You're gonna see a real structured presentation, of course, a comprehensive presentation, unlike Favor Williams or Feel Bad Williams, whatever you want to call it. It's an absolute disgrace, ladies and gentlemen. I have to tell you, it's a shame. We have to be hanging our heads down, if I'm being honest. We have to hang our heads, man. It's terrible. So 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. around that time, you will see this. Alright? See what's going on in the news. I covered Mr. Dr. Dawes' interview already last night. Global energy concerns mount. Hey, ya mama. Make we get in it, cause these are the real meat and potatoes right here, so you know. Jamaica, if you're not prepared already, get ready. See there? Global energy concerns mount as Iran effectively stops cargo traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. Let me tell you how much I am on it. I never knew about the Strait of Hormuz until this war. I never knew the intricacies of the geopolitical atmosphere and how everything is all intertwined and how we need, that's why we need good relations, and war really doesn't help us. You know what I mean? Government to bolster support for small business. 4 men charged for major ganja bus at sea in Alligator Pond. Government strengthens disaster risk financials. Auditor General launches bus probe. Seeing as this is what we were on, let me go to this. The Auditor General launches bus probe. So it says here that Auditor General Pamela Monroe Ellis has initiated a probe in the Ministry of Energy and Transport and Telecommunications. Thank God for Miss Pamela Monroe. 1.4 billion acquisition of 110 used school buses amid potential concerns over procurement process. The buses were imported from the United States as part of the government's National Rural School Bus Program. Monroe Ellis said the audit is in response to numerous stakeholders, representatives to the Auditor General's Department, and media reports regarding the acquisition of the 110 buses, all buses, by the METT, and that a preliminary assessment was undertaken to evaluate the credibility of the claims and to determine whether there was sufficient justification to initiate a formal audit. I wonder if we can have this read out loud, because from the other day the read out loud now work, you know. Yeah, now work. The special audit was subsequently commissioned to determine whether the procurement and the contract management practices complied with the applicable laws, regulations and policies, guidelines and guidance notes governing public procurement in Jamaica to attain value for money. Hey, that's going to be interesting. A statement from the Auditor General said the findings are expected to be published in July and September quarter later this year. On February 24th, the Gleaner reported that the opposition leader wrote to Monroe Ellis' office, the Integrity Commission, and the major organized crime and anti-corruption agency requesting an investigation into the Transport Ministry's procurement of school buses. Golding July 2025 letter copied as of which the Gleaner received stated that apparent irregularities and other suspicious activities relating to the procurement of the buses had been brought to his attention. Full and comprehensive evaluation. Mocha said, listen to this, a full and comprehensive evaluation is being undertaken in order to assess the credibility, veracity, and substance of the allegations. Yes, Winifred Lassom. Woy, me can't wait. Right? It says here that access to the information document obtained by the Gleaner revealed that the Public Procurement Commission, PPC, warned the Transport Ministry against handpicking contractors, even as it endorsed the $1 billion deal for controversial school buses last year. The contract was awarded to El Hydro Limited through a single source method based on an unsolicited proposal. There was no competitive bidding process. In a policy pivot, the Transport Minister, DARYL, announced that the 100 new buses will now be procured in 2026-2027 fiscal year. as phase 2 of the program. The original plan had been for 150, later reduced after consultation with the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. Pressure bus pipe. Yeah, man, this now have nothing to do with consultation with the Ministry of Finance. It has to do with the pressure that we and social media has put surrounding these 110 old buses. It goes on to say that VARS defended the acquisition, reporting that more than 80 units are operational daily and technological challenges and sensitive safety mechanism causing frequent computer-induced shutdowns. Alright? So, the Auditor General said July and September of this year, we're going to get a report surrounding them old bus here. Alright, my people? Yeah. That is it. I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about that. Next article, the energy concerns. Yeah, this is important. Everything can't just go to waste. DARYL think of his money, not true. Hey, this a third term hard for them. It's better if they never win a Pyrrhic victory. But now stop saying it, you know. A Pyrrhic victory. Remember the prophecy. You better you never win, Andrew. You better you never win. Global energy concerns mount as Iran effectively stopped cargo traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. Paris AP, gasoline prices are rising largely because of the Iran war. Impact on the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial passageway for oil and gas from the Persian Gulf. The waterway off Iran's coast, now effectively closed, is so vital for the global economy that governments are working on blueprints to speedily reopen it to shipping when the shooting stops. In Europe, French President Emmanuel Macron is leading the international effort to unblock the energy choke point so that oil, gas, and goods can flow freely, again, when circumstances permit. He envisions the country using warships to escort tankers and container vessels through the strait when fighting is less intense. Only hear that? So even if they should quell things down in the Strait way of Hormuz, right? The French are willing to carry these ships through using military vessels. Man, you see how important it is for us to have peace, bro? That's all I will say. Former naval officers who have served in the Hormuz Passage say vessels would be sitting ducks while little room for maneuver in the strait's narrow shipping lanes. If foreign naval forces attempt to reopen the waterway before cessation of hostility. In today's context, sending warships or civilian vessels into the Strait of Hormuz would be suicidal, French Navy retired Vice Admin Pascal Assor said in an interview with the Associated Press. A ceasefire agreement with Iran would make the situation shift from suicidal to dangerous. Whoa! Wait, hold on. Did you hear what the general said? a ceasefire from Iran would shift it from suicidal to dangerous. At that point, military ships would be deployed and then escort operations could begin. So even if Iran was to say, we're going to have a ceasefire, they are saying, listen, a ceasefire, we don't guarantee if that is going to be honored, you know. Worse like how the United States never honor the conversation between Iran and them. Them and Israel just go strike. And I'm not here to say whether or not it's right or wrong. The fact of the matter is, it happened. So Iran, who using your common sense, do you think Iran is going to have the posture of trusting the United States or Israel again? I think that bridge is closed. I think that bridge right there is closed. Especially if the leadership in Iran, in terms of the lineage of the leadership that was there before, continues. There's no way those people are gonna have talks with the United States. I'm sorry. The way how their reputation is, I don't see that happening. So it's gonna move from suicidal to dangerous. Wow. I wouldn't want to be a part of any cargo military ship that is going to escort any ship in that. I wouldn't want to be a part of that. Call me, I don't care what you call me. Yeah. What's this? Rare earths and more? Okay. Did he put out a statement for this? He should. Let me go to Facebook. The People's National Party Facebook. I don't think I saw anything. This article suggests that our energy, Mr. Philip Palwell, spoke on rare earths and more. Let me see if I see anything on Twitter. PMP. Let me see if they put out anything on Twitter or X. It's the same thing. So no, I guess I'll have to read the article. I think it's important to. Let me see how long it is. Oh wow, I'm definitely gonna read this. Hi ladies and gentlemen, it's your brother BOLO V&R, and we're about to peruse this article. It says rare earth minerals and more from the editorial, right? While the economy, feasibility and extracting rare earth mineral elements REE from the bauxite residue is still unattained, Philip Palwell is right about Jamaica needing to do the work to put itself in a position to take advantage of any breakthrough. In other words, the government should renew and or aggressively expand support for academic and other research in this area, including initiatives by private entities which may already be involved in such activities. These would include Bobby Stewart's mineral exploration outfits, Geofix, which 3 years ago disclosed that it had discovered significant pockets of rare earth elements in the southwestern Jamaica. Unless we missed it, that development seems to have triggered neither the scientific conversation at the island's academics nor the kind of policy action from the government for which this newspaper has long advocated. It is perhaps time, therefore, for recalibration by the administration. You know, before I go on, sure I know you're doing, big up yourself. Why is it that the Jamaica Labour Party is so reactive? Why are they not more in terms of, you know, getting ahead of things? Why so many entities have to be calling out and advocating for things that make sense to grow the economy? But I digress. The name rare earth for the 17th the name rare earth for the 17 chemically similar metallic elements that fall within the group is a bit of a paradox for the geologists. For as geologists point out, they are not particularly rare. However, REEs, which are almost always found in other minerals, are not often found in economically exploitable concentrations. This, allied with their indispensability in modern technology, applications not only enhance their commercial value, but their importance as an instrument of geopolitics, which is true because we see where Donald Trump is very, very interested in rare earth minerals, and other countries and other power structures around the world, of course. It goes on to say that, as it happens, China has nearly half of the world's reserve in REEs, control mines in other countries, and accounts for 69% of the world's output of the metals. It also has the most advanced technology for extracting REEs from host minerals. So when the United States blocked the shipment of its most advanced computer chips to China, Beijing hit back by placing export control on rare earth minerals. America backed down, mighty God. In the face of Beijing strangleholds on REEs, the United States has been aggressively seeking to develop domestic production and to find alternative suppliers to China. Jamaica, listen to this. This is important geopolitical information right here, and it could, I don't want to say alter, but it could decide the future of Jamaica in many respects, whether negative or positive, in regards to how the outside world is looking at us, where this is concerned. So it goes on to say that that was part of the context in which Mr. Palwell last week urged Jamaica government to place rare earth near to the center of the island's mining strategy. Jamaica must think strategically about the future of its natural resources, he told Parliament Standing Finance Committee last week. Developing rare earth minerals industry while ensuring strong support for bauxite companies can help create new economic opportunities and ensure our natural wealth benefits the Jamaican people. Benefits the Jamaican people. Benefits the Jamaican people. I wonder if that's why they are not interested, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder if that's why the administration is slow to looking into what Mr. Palwell is saying to do. In significant discovery, in 2013, when Palwell was the mining minister, Jamaica Bauxite Institute and Japan's Nippon Light Metals conducted search in Kingston on extracting REEs from red mud. The effluent from the refining of the bauxite alumina, bauxite to alumina. While the technological feasibility was confirmed, the low concentration of REEs in the tailings made the scheme commercial unviable. Since then, other people have claimed to advance the economic viability of extracting rare earth minerals from the red mud. But none of these have gone into commercial operation. Additionally, there is also advanced research into integrating rare earth extraction into the alumina. I don't know why that word is so complex for me. Alumina. I'm saying it right, but it just sounds funny. Alumina refining processes, rather than from the bauxite tailings after alumina production. Mr. Stewart company, apparently with the international partners, has been keen on the possibility of extracting rees from the millions and tons of effluent that have accumulated in the red mud ponds since Jamaica began alumina production in the 1960s. But there has been no clarity on the related public policy, including ownership of the effluent after the bauxite has been refined to alumina. The Gleaner has in the past suggested that this matter be debated and fully set out in the island's mining law. Importantly, in regards to REEs, in 2023, Mr. Stewart, whose company had prospecting license for 4,000 square kilometers of Jamaica, disclosed that the midst of 4,000 assays for various minerals, geophysics discovered a big anomaly, about 100 square kilometers of rare earth minerals, which we didn't expect. Really? Mr. Stewart told an interviewer on the annual convention in Toronto of the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada, it's about 50 million tons. What? It is about 42% heavies. The rest is lights. It has great potential. The reference to heavies meant miners like europium, gadolinium, terbium, dysprosium, holmium, erbium, thulium, white terbium, lithetium, and possibly yttrium, which, though not technically an REE, is often linked with them. Oh, the light rare earth minerals are lanthanum, cerium, praseodymium, neodymium, and propythium. First time I read them, ladies and gentlemen, bear with me. Yo, that if the technical evaluations of Mr. Stewart prospecting have held, would have been a significant discovery for a small area. We would also add an exciting one. As Bobby Stewart said at the time, something of great potential. Obviously, much work would have had to be done to determine the viability of that find and whether it could be scaled up. So the discovery should have triggered a joined up approach to development of the type of associated with the industrial policies, those that embrace key national stakeholders for a singular purpose, if that is needed. If that is indeed happening, the process is too quiet. So basically what they're saying in the article is, we are not sure if this is happening, but if it is, it must be hush-hush because we're not hearing anything. And we should be hearing something. And it should be for the benefit of the people of Jamaica. And of course, Mr. Powell raised this. And I think we need to educate ourselves more about this. So I thought it was important for me to share this article, ladies and gentlemen, from the Gleaner. Rare earth. Let me go to the original part. See it right here. See, this is the picture. Right? This is the picture. Rare earths and more. Alright? So yeah. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Thank you kindly. Like, share, and subscribe. Alright, let's go into what else is happening. Several guns and ammunition and cash seized in major operations in Westmoreland. Whoa! Police them at work. I wonder who they catch. We could hear where this happening or so. A multi-agency intelligence-led operation conducted across several communities in Westmoreland today led to the seizure of illegal guns, imitation firearms, money, and the arrest of several persons. The police said the operation involved Westmoreland Division, the Special Investigation Branch, the Special Operation Branch, the Public Safety and Traffic Enforcement Branch, the Area 1 Fugitive Apprehension Team, the Transport Authority, and the Island Traffic Authority with support from the Jamaica Defence Force. The teams targeted the communities on Savlamar, Frome, Bethel Town, Morgan's Bridge, Little London, and Whitehorn. But some of these areas are areas that were hit by the hurricane. Wow. It goes on to say that the police say that during a search conducted in Petersfield community, the team seized an AK-47 rifle, a 12-gauge shotgun, wow, along with ammunition and imitation firearms. 4 persons were arrested and charged in connection with the seizure, while several others were taken into custody for processing as part of an ongoing investigation. In another targeted raid in Bath Mountain, the team seized approximately 1.2 million in cash during the search of a premises, the police reported. A woman was arrested on a reasonable suspicion of breaching the proceeds of the Crime Act. Meanwhile, the police say the traffic enforcement also formed a significant component of the operation. They say several breaches of Road Traffic Act were detected, resulting in tickets and summons being issued, illegal tints being removed, and motorcycles being seized for operating outside the law. The operation include coordinated raids, vehicles, checkpoints, patrol, and traffic enforcement activities aimed at locating wanted persons, removing illegal weapons from circulation, and disrupting criminal activity. The team also conducted community engagements, carrying out walkthroughs and interacting with residents and, transport operators on issues related to crime, prevention, and road safety. I hope we can see some of these operations uptown is all I'm saying. Not true, Jamaica? Yeah, man. But I love some operation like this going uptown. True. Well, them still are going there, sir? The Child Diversion Act. Oh, me not get into that. And that's why I come over here. TVJ. I want to see what's happening in the midday news. Midday news. 3 hours ago. Banana bounce back begins. Afrocentric. New group. Okay, I don't really see anything here, so reinforces abandonment of game. Okay. Our Andre just sent me a while ago. Hold on the people. Let me see if we can ascertain our going and so. So he sent me a while ago. Oh, the farm. A&E's farm. A&S Organic Farm. Jamaica.
Tried the farm, you know. And
let me see where Farmer Courtney I deal with. Let me see where Farmer Courtney I deal with. Where is it? Let me see where Farmer Courtney I deal with.
Jamaica. trod the farm, you know, and we couldn't leave this out today. Jamaica, this all of this you see, a sweet potato. Right forward there, so, as far as your eyes can see, it's all sweet potatoes. So, we don't know where we're going to manage sweet potato. We need to start export some.
What's up, Mary Lizzie? Mary Lizzie in the building. Bless up yourself, mama. Bless up yourself. Big up all of my moderator, them, you know. So, you see what I go on the farm? I be a sweet potato, you know. Mommy, I've got to check Andre for some sweet potato, you know. Sweet potato, them enough. Sweet potato. Yeah, man, them, you want to see them.
Sweet potato. A&S Farms, we need to start export some sweet potato. Jamaica, by the next 3 months' time, we will have a lot of sweet potatoes. Let's look up this. As far as your eyes can see, these are all sweet potatoes. See it there? As far as your eyes can see, these are sweet potatoes. Can't believe. Get some rain, people. The soil moist and nice. The weather cool over here. Farmer, miss you. A&S Farms, miss you. These are all sweet potatoes. So them fluffy and ready and nice. By the next 3 to 4 months,
So here we go on, 3 to 4 months before the sweet potato they ready. So whether you want to export or you want to make an order them from now and get the price in them for the sweet potato, how much a pound them sell them, how much sell them. Want to know, so you have to link up Andre on PDTV. Everybody have Andre number. Not true? That is it. Yeah, so 3 to 4 months from now, mommy. Sweet potato out at A&S Farms. Alright? Data code. Let me see where else I go on so. Uproar over public effort before tabling in Parliament. The Fiscal Commission, Courtney Williams, has sought to defend the publishing of an economic and fiscal assessment report on the Independent Fiscal Commission website before the document was tabled in Parliament. There was consternation among members of the Parliament at the start of last Thursday's sitting of the Standing Finance Committee over the publishing of the me glad same come out. Defend yourselves because Favour Williams tried to show you under the bus, my general. Make we go into this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a brother BOLO V&R. And if you remember, Favour Williams ran out and tried to show the commissioner under the bus. So uproar over publication of EFAR before the tabling of Parliament. Let's read. The Fiscal Commissioner, Courtney Williams, has sought to defend the publishing of the Economic and Fiscal Assessment Report on the Independent Fiscal Commission website before the document was tabled in Parliament. There was consternation among members of Parliament, MPs, at the start of last Thursday's sitting of the Standing Finance Committee over the publication of the EFAR by the media without the report being first tabled in the lower house. The media has assessed the report from the website of the IFC after it was uploaded by the independent body on March 3rd. Subsequent to it being dispatched to Gardner House, the Fiscal Commission has the task of monitoring Jamaica's fiscal rules and provide an independent assessment of budgetary outcomes in addition to independent analysis. This was the same thing that the good brethren Mr. Ralston Hyman said on Colin Bell's show I think it was yesterday. So in a statement on Sunday, the Fiscal Commission observed that during the meeting of the Standing Finance Committee on March 5th, discussions among parliamentarians revealed obvious unawareness and misunderstanding by some parliamentarians regarding the Commission's authority to publish the EFAR. Bangarang, hold them general. Them obviously don't understand what is going on. People like I share the video. Ballot. Williams pointed out that the Independent Fiscal Commission Act 2021 empowers the Commission to share any of its reports publicly through the Commission's website once the report has been submitted to Parliament. So, I think they need to do something like this for the Integrity Commission. So, they need for Mr. Mark Golding, somebody can tag Mr. Mark Golding. You can screenshot this. When they get back in power, sir, as a concerned citizen where transparency is concerned, I would love for this to be a part of the Integrity Commission Act. As soon as the Integrity Commission gives you, the Parliament, the actual findings of the Integrity Commission where investigations are concerned, I would want the Integrity Commission to be empowered to put the report out on their website immediately once it's submitted by the Parliament, so we don't have to wait for a biased Speaker of the House hiding the reports from us. I would love for the Integrity Commission to operate in this exact manner. My Sir Golding, most honorable. Alright, please keep that in mind. Let's continue. Williams pointed out that the Independent Fiscal Commission Act 2021 empowers the Commission to share any of its reports publicly through the Commission's website once the report has been submitted to Parliament. Julian Robinson, Opposition spokesperson on finance, wanted the EFAR tabled so that the contents of the report could be discussed in the by the Standing Finance Committee, while it may be in public domain through other means. To my certain knowledge, the Commissioner would have sent it to the Parliament. It should be that MPs rely on the media. It shouldn't be that the MPs rely on the media or other ways to find out what is in the report, Robinson said. I remember him saying that. But I never understood. Now I do. And I'm sure you guys now understand as well. Up in arms. In a sharp response, Finance and the Public Service Minister, Favour Williams, said the IFC should not be out there in the media talking about it before it is laid in Parliament. But Kupan she too, who make she God? She don't know the act. She not have. Listen, these people are so incompetent. And I don't even know that them incompetent until somebody point it out. You see why we need the media? To be not biased and tell the people the truth of what is going on. Big up Rastanai, man. Anyway, them general, salute. Enough respect. Are you me here first talk about this, about how the actual commission and what their role is and their mandate. Emphasizing her point, Williams said, Nesta, in reference to Robert Nesta, he shouldn't be out there in the media talking about it. Eli Clark, chairman of the Standing Finance Committee, was also up in arms over the publication. You want to see them dunce? Them go on like them. You feel in a parliament, or you feel be a part of the house, and you don't know these things, and you're there for years, and you don't know these things. Come on, man. This is embarrassing. So Eli Clark was also jumping up, right? Eli Clark, chairman of the Standing Finance Committee, was also up in arms over the publication of the ICF document before its tabling in Parliament. Member, it is unfortunate that you make mention of it being out there in John public domain before it is even tabled here, Clark contended. However, Courtney Williams, a career public servant who spearheaded the development and implementation of Jamaica's fiscal responsibility indicated that he only did what parliamentarians legislated. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Jamaica Labour Party has a serious problem with accountability and transparency. Because the fiscal responsibility framework is in the legislation, it's law, and they don't know it's either they don't know the law or they don't respect it. They want to do things their way. The Fiscal Commissioner highlighted Section 15 of the IFC Act 2021, which states, prior to the publication of any report on the official website of the Fiscal Commission, in accordance with this section, the Fiscal Commission shall ensure that the report is submitted to the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the President of the Senate, who shall, as soon as possible, upon receipt of said report, have it laid on the table in the Representatives' House. Let me read that again. Prior to publication of any report on the official website of the Fiscal Commission, in accordance with this section, the Fiscal Commissioner shall ensure that the report is submitted to the Speaker of the House of Representatives and the President of the Senate, who shall, as soon as possible, upon receipt of said report, have it laid on the table of the respective houses. So, ladies and gentlemen, all they have to do is to ensure that they receive it. Once it's received, it can go up on the website and go out in the public. So we get that clear. It goes on to say here that as the independent oversight body of Jamaica Fiscal Responsibility Framework, the Commissioner said his agency is mandated to operate with transparency to ensure the public is well informed about the national fiscal operations. Why is this, ladies and gentlemen? To ensure that the government is held accountable and that they are not going off the rails and doing things that would upset the fiscal responsibility framework, so that we don't have a repeat of them destroying our economy like they did in the time of Bruce Golding administration before Mama P came in. The latest EFAR was submitted to Parliament on March 3rd and subsequently published on the IFC's website on that date. According to the Fiscal Commissioner, the authority to publish his report and engage the public unencumbered is a critical pillar of his independence and transparency, and ensure he is not subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority in executing of his duties as provided in Section 13 of the Act. Ladies and gentlemen, let me read that again. That is super important. According to the Fiscal Commissioner, the authority to publish his reports and engage the public unencumbered. What does that mean? Google. Unencumbered. Meaning, unencumbered means not having any burden or impediment. Impediment means nobody will block you. So basically the commissioner not answer to nobody. He not have to ask. He doesn't have to ask anyone if he should publish these reports to the public. All he has to do is follow the law, what is legislated. So it goes on to say, again, according to the Fiscal Commission, the authority to publish his reports and engage the public unencumbered is a critical pillar of his independence and transparency, ensuring he is not subject to the direction or control of the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister's wife, or any MP or any Minister of Finance. Nobody can chat to him, Jamaica. Them can't chat to him and tell him what to do and how to do it. It is clear how he should do it by law. It is clear how he should do it by law, Jamaica. Yes? So he is not subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority, the Governor General can't tell him what to do. I am just showing random authorities out there to explain to you so the man stand up on him own 2 feet and the law back him. As long as him are doing work, in terms of the law, them can't chat to him, Jamaica. In the execution of his duties, right, as provided for in the section 13 of the Act, he said all reports, once submitted to the Parliament, will continue to be made available immediately to the public via the Commission website. We need a website to lock in for my page. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. This is the website. This is the website. I'm gonna start this because I need to make a copy of it. Duplicate this tab. Thank you very much. And let me go back to the article. Right? So it said, he said all reports once submitted to the Parliament will continue to be made available immediately to the public via the Commission's website to foster an environment of fiscal transparency and accountability. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have just proven once again that the Jamaica Labour Party is afraid of transparency, is afraid of accountability. They are so afraid to the point where in the article it speaks about them jumping up in Parliament. Favour Williams say the IFC should not be out there in the media talking about it before it was laid in Parliament. Inesta, you know, me need to find that clip. I need to find that clip. Jamaica, we need to find that clip. No, man. No. We need to find that clip. Hold on there. YouTube. Hold on there. Wait. People want to indulge me. Indulge me. Alright. Wait. Okay. PBC. Indulge me, them people. Indulge me. Wow. Hold on. Standing Finance Committee. Hold on. This is the first one. Alright, this is the first one. So hold on. Alright, I guess it's at the start because Mr. Julian Robinson has spoken.
In the allocations that you are...
The year ending March 2027. Since the devastation
people can't hear nothing.
By Hurricane Melissa on October 20, the year ending March 2027, as well as
various international financial institutions. Can you provide details of the facilities which have been provided by the specific institutions and what the government has accessed thus far and what the government intends to access during the upcoming 26-27? Still believe that 9.7 deflator will run up the deflator of 9.7
fiscal year.
In 26, 27.
Upcoming fiscal year.
All right, so the 2.4 billion US in funding for private sector projects, that would be dependent on projects that are presented to, for example, like an IFC as an example, the private sector arm of the World Bank.
These measures were announced on February 12, 2026, when I tabled the fiscal policy refurbishment and restoration of schools and
just seeking clarification on the amendments you made, and I just want to ensure I heard you correctly. The sums that are being transferred for the hurricane relief, are those that were in the contingency on the capital side or the contingency on the recurrent side, the capital side?
The capital
so we would, in effect, be reducing the capital budget by the order of these transfers. Since you have brought these issues here, can I ask, in relation to NARO, could you indicate when you anticipate NARO to be operational and what structure NARO will have? Will it
be the equivalent of a public body? What would be the framework that underpins how NARA operates? And the timeline, yeah.
Currently, I know that the technical team is hard at work to get NARA up and running. It will be a statutory body with all the laws and regulations surrounding statutory bodies. So that, as we speak, is in train. You know that legislation would have to be brought to Parliament to get that set up. So that will be the first order of the day. Quite a bit of work is going on. We have to get the legislative work done first. Once that is done, people have to be hired on. I know already the Prime Minister has his list of projects that he's prioritizing to get done. These will be large projects that will be done through this entity. So there is some work done, but the team is moving swiftly.
And say to us by the close of play that you think by second quarter of the fiscal year it will be up and operating. That's what I'm asking specifically. Appreciating that everybody's working, everybody's moving quickly.
In Cabinet, I established.
In January of this year, the government announced a financing package of $6.7 billion US, or approximately just over 1 trillion Jamaican dollars from various international financial institutions. Can you provide details of the facilities which have been provided by the specific institutions and what the government has accessed thus far and what the government intends to access during the upcoming 26-27 fiscal year?
All right. So, member, you're correct. 6.7 billion was announced as the financing package. 6.7 billion US dollars as the financing package that would be available to Jamaica. But in order to understand that, you have to break it down. 1 billion of that consisted of funds that were already, considered for the government. 1 billion included things like catastrophe bonds, the funds that we got from CCRIF or regional insurance company, catastrophe risk insurance company, the NNDRF, which is the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund, the contingency fund, the IMF, IDB, and World Bank instruments. So that was in that $1 billion. Most
in terms of receipts.
Most of it.
Okay.
Right? But then 2.4 investors, project period of
to your 27?
Preliminary projects, open out, and so on. That component of upcoming fiscal year.
All right, so the 2.4 billion US in funding for private sector projects, that would be dependent on projects that are presented to, for example,
like try find in Jamaica
as an example, the private sector arm of the World Bank. So if individuals present projects, that money is available. Is that what you're saying? It's not
right. So those arms, however, because government take on.
All right. In terms of you alluded in your opening remarks to the situation in the Middle East and the impact that is likely to have on the economy. You indicated the movement in oil prices. It has two effects. It will have a balance of payment effect, but also you will collect some more tax revenues from GCTs and STCs. What contingencies are in place to deal with the likely impact of inflation from the increases in oil prices, particularly on those who are most vulnerable?
All right. So the war that started, it's in its first week. The impact we would begin to be very concerned about the impact depending on how long the war goes on. In the near term, we will see the first effect of it through oil prices here in Jamaica. We expect consumers in the near term to manage their budgets accordingly. Again, it's going to depend the longer term impact of it and whether or not government will be required to assist will depend on the duration of this war that's happening in the Middle East. So it's something that we're watching closely, and of course, if government is required to assist, that is something that the cabinet will deliberate on, and then there will be an announcement to the country.
All right. In terms of your projections, and I noted the Financial Secretary, in response to a question from the opposition leader, indicated that the inflation rate is 5.6% for 26-27, and a real growth of negative 0.5%, which assumes a deflator of 9.7%. Given the downward revision in inflation, does that deflator, do you believe that that deflator is still accurate and will still hold? Because inflation has moderated relative to the original expectations.
It's interesting that you should narrow in on that because that is the contention of the Fiscal Commissioner, that our inflation numbers were too high, and he pointed out the risk of that. So it's interesting now that we are being asked, why do we take that down to 5.6%? Well, let me say, at the time of the estimate of the 10%, you have to go back to December, January, when these numbers were being put together. You know, in the environment in which we were at that time, food prices were up significantly. You recall the price of green pepper and other items were just off the charts. So it was not unreasonable at the time to have estimated inflation of that magnitude. We have since seen new inflation numbers. They've moderated quite a bit. And so we've gone back and made the reduction in that early number to reflect the new data that became available to us.
I mean, I totally understand that. I'm now going further to ask whether you believe the assumption of the deflator of 9.7% for 26-27, given the moderation of inflation, is still a number that you believe would hold, because you have almost, the outturn of inflation has almost been just over half of what the projection was. The 9.7 deflator assumes built-in probably a larger than real inflation number. So I'm saying with the moderation and accepting now with the Middle East conflict that there are uncertainties. But I'm just asking if you still believe that that 9.7 deflator will hold.
We're expecting that to be lower.
Right, that's what I would anticipate, yeah.
But then it's a dynamic situation.
Right, because I said the war could, yes, and I'm accepting that, yeah. Can I shift a little to your wages and the provision for wages and salaries? You have a contingency of 42 billion that has been provided in the overall figure of 555 billion. Can you give a breakdown of what you anticipate the 42 billion to cover? Would it cover, for example, a provision for a potential IDT award coming out of the issue with the Jamaica Medical Doctors Association, as an example? Does it include the agreement of the commitment of a 2% increase that was made last year, or a commitment that was said last year, but I don't know whether that would be paid in the upcoming fiscal year. So I'm asking for what the 42 billion would cover in terms of the contingencies for wages and salary negotiations.
Remember, as you correctly identified, the 42 billion that has been provided in the budget for wages and salaries anticipate that there will be a settlement in this new fiscal year, and we have to make provision for that, whether or not it happens.
Settlement of which one specifically? The JMDA IDT one, and there may be others. Which specific ones?
No, for the government wage offer that's on the table. At least we had to create space for that in the budget. We don't, with regards to the IDT awards, we don't know where those will come out at yet. We have other contingencies in the budget from which we could draw from. But given that we know what is the offer from government, we're able to estimate how much that...
It's still for the budget playing new fiscal year, but it has taken the government much longer than anticipated to conclude those negotiations, which means you keep having to carry relatively large contingencies because you don't have an accurate figure of what your commitments are going to be. Can you commit that going forward for the next fiscal year, that the negotiation cycle will align with the budgetary cycle, so that in preparation for the budget, you will have an idea of what your commitments are on the wages and salary side.
Okay, so the alignment with the budget will be, it's not just the government. The government can't just decree that wage negotiations align with the budget. You know how negotiations work. Two sides come to the table. This side says, I have A. The other side says, I want A plus, whatever that plus is. And it takes a while to negotiate, to come back to the table, to leave, come back again, and the two sides have to meet. Yes, I understand what the Fiscal Commissioner is calling for. It's calling for certainty in the budget. It is required for risk to the budget when you have the wage negotiation outstanding without any idea of when it will be commissioned. The unions, it's calling for certainty in the budget. The two sides have to meet. Yes, I understand what the Fiscal Commissioner is calling for. Calling for certainty in the budget, but that's why we have contingencies in the budget, because there are always uncertainties in the budget. Of course, government would love to settle with the unions. That goes without saying, but it takes two. It's not just the government. Government cannot decree a wage settlement. We have to sit at the table with the unions as many times as required for us to get to an agreement, and that's how it is. We could walk into Parliament and we could legislate, but in reality, the process is what determines the cycle of the wage negotiation. But I fully understand where the Fiscal Commissioner is coming from, and just the risk to the budget when you have the wage negotiation outstanding without any idea of when it will be concluded.
All right. I want to shift to your revenue measures, and in particular the environmental levy, the increase in the environmental levy, and the movement of the levy from 75% to 100% of sales. This measure will place local manufacturers at a competitive disadvantage vis-a-vis those who import products, and it could be the exact same product. The importer would pay the levy on the imported inputs, whereas the local manufacturer pays 100% on the value of sales. So there is a, if you want to call it an unintended consequence, where the local manufacturer is placed at a disadvantage relative to the importer. Have you recognized that, and do you intend to address that anomaly or that deficiency in how the tax measure was proposed?
What's up, Carly?
In short, member, that is not important.
Meaning, you're saying it's not the case, so total sales. That's not the case?
Oh, you just freeze up, so what go on? May I try and find the part of them saying that article when she said the commissioner should have not. Oh, you just freeze up, so what go on? May I try and find the part of them saying that article? Come like computer overheat, Jamaica. Hold on. No, we need to clean up that computer differently.
It's a technical issue. My understanding is that for the manufacturer, the 75% is on sales, whereas the importer costs, there is a markup as well. But just to say, though, that we met with the industry. This is the
producers who produce both for the domestic market and the export market. The tax applies for domestic production and consumption and for importation. But many of the manufacturers would have one production system. Given this imposition, it would necessitate someone who is producing the same product, both locally and for export, to, I suppose, manage separately those from an accounting perspective, how they treat with exports versus those for the domestic market for the same product. And from a financial management perspective, it's just an additional burden which the manufacturers would have to take on to separate what they are going to export from what they would do for domestic production.
And the question is?
No, well, it's more a statement of the added, if you want to call it burden, that would be placed on those manufacturers when they have to make that distinction. So it's really not a question. But I'll pause here, and if my colleagues have other questions that they wish to ask the minister.
Did you guys hear? I heard her speak about the commission twice, but did you guys catch the part that they said in the article? In the article it says that in sharp response the finance, alright, so while it may be the public domain through other means, to my certain knowledge the commissioner would have sent it to Parliament, right? It should not be that MPs rely on the media and other ways to find out what is in the report. Robinson said, right? What is this? Right? So, I am trying to find this part because they said it happened at the Standing Finance Committee. That's what I'm trying to find, and if I'm not mistaken, let me see. This was 6 days ago. Yes, this was the meeting. March 5th, it was a Thursday. Tomorrow is Thursday, so it will be 7 days tomorrow. So, Julian Robinson was the one that was engaging the finance minister. And I don't hear, unless they cut it out of the records. Unless they cut it out of the records, or Julian Robinson was giving another. And she talks so slow, Jamaica. She talk too slow, yeah, man. Hold on there. Let me put this in my ears. She talks so slow, I can't hardly hear what she has said. Maybe I missed it. Maybe that's what it is. Did you guys hear it? Let me know if you did hear it. Because I never hear it. Me never hear it. Me there look for. You understand?
Attributed to the better than anticipated outcome of some industries and the speed with which the apparatus of government got mobilized to clear roads, provide relief food packages, got electricity. Many seats starting in the second row are the many team members.
That will be meaningless. I think the Parliament can meet any done here, as advised.
Oh, all right, that's all. Oh!
2027, public body March 2020, in March strategy 2027, the first year on the 12th directive, it is not will proceed.
Welcome all the ministry member, Mr. Xavier taken children back and
then Fiscal Commission would have sent it.
Oh!
Before you go, I have two.
Right, that's all. Hey, boy, I'm finding Jamaica. Me find it. I guess this is it. I believe this is it. Jamaica, I believe I found what I was looking for. Listen to
Ministry
this.
of Finance and the Public Service.
Listen to this.
Before you go, I have two procedural matters to raise. One, the Independent Fiscal Commission would have sent its evaluation of the budget to the Parliament. It's important that that document be formally tabled or presented here. The time period between the tabling of the revenue measures and the estimates is to allow that entity to do its examination. I know it's been in the public domain, but it should be formally tabled here in the Parliament. That's the first. And before the minister goes into the detail, I noticed circulated were, I believe, some corrections to the estimates of expenditure. So I would just ask at the beginning if you, Minister, could highlight what those changes are before we get into the specific pages.
And just before, I'd like to inquire of the minister, of the leader of government business, that the agenda, the schedule, as has been circulated, is going to be strictly adhered to, because we are operating on that basis. So there won't be any shifting in that schedule.
Yeah, so the schedule will be strictly adhered to unless something dramatic would have come. All the minutes, right? So difficult, but at the start.
Speak to it. So Parliament has a responsibility to table it, not the Minister of Finance.
So, just for confirmation, we're checking to make sure that it was laid on the table of the House, because it has to be laid on the table of the House before it cannot be done here, as advised.
No, but all right, but that defeats the purpose of this exercise. The reason you have a time lag between the estimates and standing finance is to allow that process to take place. If we are not able to see what the Independent Fiscal Commission has done, it defeats part of the purpose of us being here. So my understanding is that the Commission would have sent the report to Parliament. If it wasn't yesterday, it may have been Monday, and then Parliament should provide the report for members, even though it may be in the public domain. Like I say, it being quoted, but it has to be brought here.
Chairman, thank you. My information is that the report would have been finished probably yesterday or the day before. We have not had Parliament between yesterday and the day before, and we had scheduled standing finance for today. But I'm sure as soon as the Parliament gets custody of the report, then the report will be presented to the Parliament. How else then would it be tabled? How would it be tabled? Would you have preferred we suspend standing finance committee to table it?
I mean, and I'm not going to tell you I'm au fait on all the procedural matters, but an important document of that nature has to be brought here. I mean, while it may be in the public domain through other means, to my certain knowledge, the Commissioner would have sent it to Parliament, and the procedure that you may need to employ to ensure it is here, we need to do that. It shouldn't be that members rely on the media or other ways to find out what is in that report.
Well, the IFC shouldn't be out there in the media.
No, I'm not saying it should be in the media, but I've seen it.
But I'm saying the IFC should not have been in the media talking about it before it was laid in Parliament. Isn't that so? He shouldn't be out in the media talking about it before Parliament. Yeah. He was in the media.
No, it was an Auditor General.
Yes, and that report was always here.
Here before we started. No, how the exact procedure to table it. Huh?
Remember, it is unfortunate that you make mention of it being out there in John public domain before it is even tabled here. Understand the situation, so it is not Parliament's fault why it is out there and not yet before us. No, I'm not saying that he's blaming, but there's something has to be wrong if it is out there in the domain and not yet at Parliament to be tabled, because it has to be laid on the table of the House first.
Ladies and gentlemen, Eli Clark don't know what I'm talking about. He doesn't know what he's talking about. It doesn't have to be tabled first. Let's go back to the article. That's why I'm looking for this, Because I want to make sure say the quote was accurate. It doesn't have to. Look at this section right here. The Fiscal Commission highlighted section 15 of the IFC Act 2021, which states, prior to the publication of any report of the official website of the Fiscal Commission in accordance with this section, the Fiscal Commission shall ensure that the report is submitted, not tabled, submitted. So once they have received that submission, they can go ahead and put the information on their official website. The article goes on to say why that is to make sure that the EFAR, the commission, is independent and transparent, not controlled or given direction by any person or authority in executing his duties. And I am saying we need this exact same thing for the Integrity Commission. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Thank you very much. Get this video up to 2,000 likes. Share the video so other persons can be educated on this if they are not, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? And remember, right, Thursday, we have Mr. Julian Robinson coming with his budget presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Alright? What good. So, you see, Nestor Morgan, he must say, well, Nestor Morgan might have a point. He might have a point. But the point that they are making, Jamaica, that it should not have happened, they don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, man, they are not educated on the law. When it comes to the law, they're not educated on it. And I'm telling you, these people are legislators. Why do I get paid so much money? Why do I get paid so much money? You see, Omar Newell and others in the People's National Party, you can clearly see them work for them, look up here where them getting. They take their job serious, you know. Understanding the law, understanding legislation, especially in your ministry, and especially if you are part of certain committees, you need to understand the intricacies of the legislation. So you don't come out publicly and talk nonsense against the commission. Because if them didn't know the law, it's the same thing. Oh, remember, and you know, I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to pull it up. And I've made this point because them people are really trying to throw these bodies under the bus too regularly. Oh, remember when the commissioner, the Integrity Commission Director, Mr. Panton at the time, had to school the parliamentarians, Everald Warmington. Who remember? He came out saying that they have not been audited and all of this nonsense. Who remember? And Mr. Panton had to school him. See there? I'm finding.
A member of the opposition People's National Party is to be charged for failing to file his 2022 income declaration with the Integrity Commission. The Integrity Commission's Director of Corruption Prosecution, Keisha Prince Kamika, recommended the charge in a ruling released this week. Mr. Phillips did not submit his...
And there may be persons who, in 2020, he commended the Commission. The Commissioners...
Retired Court of Appeal President Justice Seymour Panton led his commissioners in their first appearance before the IC's Oversight Committee of Parliament. The Commission has faced stinging criticism about its work, with some of the strongest claims coming from senior members of the Andrew Holness administration. But Justice Panton dismissed the accusations and pointed out that even Prime Minister Andrew Holness has commended the Commission for its work.
The Commissioners have noted over the past couple of years that remarks have been made that the Commission is partisan and that the Commission, that there is malice in its operations. I'd just like to point out that the persons who made those statements know that it is not true. They know that we know it is not true. And they know that Jamaicans know that it is not true. We have on record
lie them at Jamaica.
No one higher than the Prime Minister, that in 2020, he commended the Commission in our Anti-Corruption Day celebration. He said, under the leadership of Chairman, the Honorable Mr. Justice Seymour Panton, the Commission continues to distinguish itself, operating without fear or favor in pursuit of a just and corruption-free society. That was 2020. In 2022, he said that the Commission has done an outstanding job in increasing awareness and understanding of the anti-corruption framework. And as recently as December last year.
Meanwhile, Chairman Panton has faced backlash over jokes he cracked during the appearance before the lawmakers. This was one of them.
I want to add a personal note, Mr. Chairman, if you'll allow me, that back on this question of malice, I have been a lay preacher in the Methodist Church for decades. Malice is not in my makeup, and it is not in the makeup of the commissioners. And there may be persons who need to repent, and they can join me at church, Providence Methodist, any Sunday. I don't know if something is wrong with the water in Parliament, why some people, the moment they get into Parliament, they say certain things and behave a certain way. I don't know if that is it. As a result, I decided I wasn't going to take a chance of drinking any water here. Another feature, Mr. Chairman, which I'm very serious
Oh my God!
is that because of what has been happening, I personally intend to see if I can meet with Senator Longmore, Doctor?
Yes.
To have a word with her.
Yes.
Because it may well be that she needs to have a word with some members of the House.
Dr. Longmore is a psychiatrist. Junior National Security Minister Juliet Cuthbert Flynn has called for Justice Panton to be removed for his utterances. She also demanded an
Excuse yourself, your favor, sure.
process behind persons being informed that they are being investigated for illicit enrichment. He said when a case is referred to him, it first has to be assessed before any formal probe into alleged illicit enrichment, which is when a public servant fails to explain where their assets are disproportionate to their legal earnings.
For me to, at the start, indicate to the person that you are being investigated for illicit enrichment might be a little bit premature because of what the legislation requires, Section 14.5 of the Corruption Prevention Act. So there is preliminary investigation or in-depth investigation. Now, I would also send a letter to the person once I receive the matter to say that this matter has been referred to me. I will not necessarily say that you are being investigated for illicit enrichment for the same reason I mentioned earlier, at that early stage. Now, once there is sufficient evidence that this person owns assets disproportionate to their lawful earnings, so there is some evidence of it, some indication, a notice is sent to the person. At the head of the notice, I don't have it in front of me now, there it states what section of what legislation the notice is being sent under, and then it would be Section 48 and Section 14.5. And the words illicit enrichment are also in the header of the notice.
And the Integrity Commission
The question is still going to be asked. Are there members of my party who have been written to for this crime of illicit enrichment? My straight answer is that I have asked as far and as wide. I have gotten a response from everyone, but as far as I have been told, no. People have been written to, as the Integrity Commission does almost daily, but I have not heard of anyone in my political party being written to for this matter of illicit enrichment. The question is still going.
Hey, Mr. This a man the wickedest man in Jamaica. And the Caribbean, you think him easy?
Commission has accused Government Member of Parliament Everett Warmington
No,
of making false statements about his financial affairs in calling for an audit of the Anti-Corruption Agency. Mr. Warmington made the claims at a meeting of a parliamentary committee on Tuesday.
The issue is,
We haven't seen an audit of that department, table this house, but they are spending taxpayers' money. What I need to know, who is responsible for auditing that department to present the report here? The issue is, the Auditor General cannot do it because she's illegally sitting on that as a commissioner, as against what the Constitution provides for. So who is going to provide the audit for that department?
The Integrity Commission would be audited by a private and independent auditor.
Already been acquired?
No, as I said, we provide line item resources.
No. They're auditing. You were told that independent auditor will be doing it.
Right,
so I'm asking is, have you already acquired the service of particular independent auditor?
Remember, again, that's a question that is better directed to the commissions of the Integrity Commission. We provide a line item. We provide a line item of expenditure to the Integrity Commission, and they decide how to use those funds, and they are accountable to the Parliament through the Oversight Committee. So to the extent that you want to hold them accountable, I'd suggest that you use the proper organs to do so.
I expect that the audit, we get an audit report of that department before the next financial year, before the next budget comes here. There's no way we're going to approve another $2 billion for a department that has not been audited for years.
However, the IC has hit back, saying its accounting and financial affairs have been audited every year in its 6 years of existence. It said the 6 audited financial reports have been tabled in Parliament. The IC said the audits were conducted by an independent external auditor whose appointment was approved in writing by the Finance Minister. The committee.
Only hear that? The Finance Minister have to approve the audit firm that's auditing. You see, from the Integrity Commission put out Andrew Honest statutory declaration can be certified. The pit bulls in the JLP has come after them and tried to discredit them in every way, shape or form. So that's why I said the whole of them are criminal. I don't trust none of them personally.
Commission said, quote, "It is obvious that some parliamentarians do not read the reports of the Integrity Commission," end quote. Michael Phillips, a senior...
Want to hear that? Mr. Panton said it is obvious. Some of them don't read the report. People, consider becoming a member of the platform here. Look at the memberships. I have 2 memberships right now. And choose one and become a member of the platform. There's a lot of membership only videos that I have logged in that I'm telling you, you guys want to go and take a look at. Alright, trust me. No joke.
A member of the...
So let me continue. Where are we? Where are we? Oh yes. There's a where were we? Where were we? Oh yeah, I was talking about tomorrow on Mr. Julian Robinson. But I wanted to share something else with you guys. How long have I been on? I've been on for 3 hours? Wow! Boy, anytime I use OBS, it come like I'm gonna get comfortable. Because especially when I'm using my headphones, I can listen to the thing them clearly and still communicate with you guys and you guys can see me. Tell me something, you guys rather this setting that this usual setting that I have here, that you want me to continue with this in terms of, I'm not going to be able to do it all the time, but I just wanted to get your feedback. Do you want me to go back to this where I'm using OBS? And of course it's easier for you guys to call. Should be. Let me see. You guys hearing me? Hello, mic check, 1 2 1 2. Yeah. You guys are hearing me. Let me just share this. So somebody reached out to me. Right, J. Brian put up something already. J. Brian move fast. You remember J. Brian did them in a chat earlier. I'm telling him, say, if you clip up them something there. Hey. J. Brian post already. Well, on the Jamaica, wait.
I am not here for any pony show, the horse and pony show with nobody. I am here to
When you are in the chair, you run it. When I'm in the chair, I will present.
But Mr. Chair, we still have microphone system if you're going to do that.
Mr. Clark, you are next on my list. You know, Mrs. Honis, we were having no problems in this committee in how we were proceeding. In all the last meetings, you were absent. We were proceeding on the basis that I was recognizing the members as they caught my eye, and there was no challenge.
No problem.
Right?
But I have
when you are in the chair, you run it. When I'm in the chair, I will present.
But Mr. Chair, we still have microphone system if you're going to do that.
Mr. Clark, you are next on my list. Then
If you can take my man, take him.
When you are in the chair, you...
Ladies and gentlemen, wanna see the defiance from Juliet Willis. She has a God complex issue, you know. Something wrong with her, you know. Look at her, the man I tell her, say, when you run your thing, you
have a microphone system if you're going to do that.
Mr. Clark, you are next.
Yeah, no, it can't work so. It aga work so. Too much of them now, man. Sassy said she prefer it this way. Too much of them. Need to get back my green screen up and running. You know why I made this stop? You see the walls them? The green screen never when I work on the walls them, Jamaica. The wall them yellow, and then when I put the green screen in the front tight, it defeats the purpose of the green screen. And that's why I made this stop, you know. And then some other things that happen. I need to get back some equipment, to be honest with you. I need to get back some equipment. That's one of the issues as well. Mary said, Bolo, this way better than we can see the documents you are sharing versus only listening. Why? Me have to go listen to it, you know, so. I mean, one of the issues why I had stopped as well was I wasn't seeing the numbers like I usually get. I was not seeing the amount of people coming into the chat like I usually would. That's one of the reasons why I had gone to the virtual. You understand what I'm saying? Because the videos, the views was going down. But they say pathologically mendacious. But for the persons that are here, yeah, I'm going to do my best. Like I said, I'm not always going to be able to do this way, but when I can, I will. Alright? When I can, I will. Where say she rule craving here, so she think every man she can rule. Mighty God, I always prefer it this way. What works best for the channel. Thank you, Sylvania, for that understanding. I appreciate that. I still have to listen to you. The consensus is amongst my moderators. Most of you that is contributing to the conversation is saying that they like it this way best. So it is what it is.
On my list, then
thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So I don't trust Chairman.
We are here to discuss a matter.
I don't trust it. And my experience is that he's biased.
But what could have caused all of this? What could have caused?
Yes, that's my experience.
Mr. Clark, when you are in the chair, you...
What a bangarang.
The business of the people. But before, Chairman, I think it's important that Jamaica knows that he doesn't represent what the sample size of parliamentarians is. He's extremely rude and brash and crude and vulgar, and that isn't necessary in a place like this. As a gentleman, Chairman, you're not going to be a bully in here. You know that already. You're not going to bully me. So, Chairman,
the mic was on, I recognized you, and you refused to speak. The mic was on, you refused to speak after I recognized you. You've lost your turn. You have lost your turn. Mr. Newell, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I will not give Mr. Newell the right to speak.
You don't give anybody the right to speak. You don't give anybody the right to speak.
That is not your right to give.
You don't give anybody the right to speak. You were before you were recognized. You refused to speak.
My mother watching, she wouldn't be proud of me talking while here I talking. I am not here for any...
Yo, J Brand, hey man. Yo, 100, bro. Oh my God. No. Watch out. Lord have mercy, Jamaica. Hey, me can't take your bagga business, you know. Me can't take your bagga business with Tough Time and their Labour Party. Oh, that's so bagga. Don't call me now too much. More show you something. Hold on there, give me a second. Don't call me now, bagga. Yo, that tune does that clip they does yo, it fire me not like it bad. Speaking of the doctors, ladies and gentlemen, somebody send more voice note. I should have asked them if I can share it first. No, I gotta ask them. Because I'm not violate. But them not send nothing out of way. They just want to share them opinion about the situation with the doctors. You understand? Yeah. So, let me put up that picture here with Tough Tan real quick. Check out that picture here with Tough Tan, Jamaica. So this I go on. Go downsize it. Oh, me have got to change this, you know. No, me see why it stays so. Yes, me have got to change this. Yeah, me have got to change this. 1 second, my people. Tufton declines to say when the government became aware of the Cuba collecting doctor's salary. You know why them are going to decline to say Jamaica? Because a lie them a tell. You know want perjure himself. You know want perjure himself. Because the Cuba have them file too, you know, and just the United States have them file, you know. Cuba have them file too. What a nasty situation this is though. Let me call Merla. I will call her and see if she want to talk about it. Make sure she knows I'm alive. And you know say this a way better to when me I call people and talk to them. Better, you know? For true. I'm gonna get back on the ground. It better for true, Jamaica. It better for true. Because we're supposed to can't hear the person when I talk to them well clear. I'm going to have to worry about that. You understand? Come true. Want to share something else with them? I guess them there work. Alright, no problem. So there's going to be a protest, guys. March 17th. See it here? See it up on the screen. Take off the browser too. See it up on the screen, Jamaica. Alright. You are invited to walk of gratitude and appreciation of the Cuba 50 years of medical support.
All lies will be exposed, that's all. And anyone who takes that the wrong way, know why they take it the wrong way.
Right? Tuesday, March 17th. That's this Tuesday coming. Right? It's this Tuesday, right? Yeah. Gathering point, 9 a.m. Corner of Duke Street and Sutton Street. Alright, my people. T-shirts and water provided. As you can see the t-shirt on your screen. And just big it up for now, so they can see it good. Yeah, man. Don't call me no too much. See the Jamaica. You are invited to As a matter of fact, I need to post this. Ladies and gentlemen, good day. I want to share this with you. You're invited to a walk of gratitude and appreciation of the Cuba 50 years of medical support. Tuesday, March 17, 2026. I want to come out like I want to come out for the run for Sagicor. Yeah, this is how I want you guys to come out. Alright? Yeah, man, I'll give you the WhatsApp information. So it's Tuesday, March 17, 2026, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. The gathering point, 9 a.m., the corner of Duke Street and Sutton Street. The route will be walk up Duke Street to North Street and East Street. T-shirt and water will be provided. Come out to say thank you to the people of Cuba for 50 years of support to the Jamaica Medical Service. Again, I say, ladies and gentlemen, if you live in this area, if you live in a 10-mile radius of Duke Street and you have benefited from the Cubans, you need to represent. You need to represent. Just like when you come out for Sagicor, when you need to come out for the Cuban them, when you need to represent. Oh, my son! Oh, my son! This is to say thank you to the Cubans for their service. Let them know how much it meant to you and your family, right? How they have impacted each and every one of your lives. And I don't think it's too much to ask, ladies and gentlemen. I really don't think it's too much to ask. Right? Somebody says, I wish I was there. I have benefited from the Cubans back in primary school. Thank you, Cuba. Alright. Last someone did it too. People, when I get provided water and t-shirt. Come out and support this initiative to say thank you to the medical support from Cuba for 50 years. 50 years. Alright? Come out and support this initiative. I think this is something that, if possible, the entire island, a lot of us, a majority of our family members, the Cubans touched everybody. Everybody. Yeah, so alright people, I'm going to leave it right there. So I want to thank you guys for coming through. If I'm going to continue in this manner, I am going to need you guys to like and share the video. If I'm going to continue doing the work like this, I need you guys to share, especially my moderator them. Need moderator them to share this with 10 new people every day. Not just this content, just share the platform. You know. For the person that wanted my information, my number, it's 876. I'm gonna put it in the chat. 1-876-451-6535. There you go. So you can WhatsApp me. What you say? I go there in a place soon. Yeah, man, definitely call me, you know. Definitely call me. Abina. Abina said she coming to Jamaica. So definitely give me a call, Abina. Alright? They believed in education. Yeah, them build schools. Oh my God, the Cubans have been so amazing to us, man. Cubans have been so amazing to us. You know? We have to do better. So, corner Duke Street and Sutton Street, 9 a.m. And then tell you exactly where they're going to walk to. From Duke Street to North Street to East Street. Alright? You know some of country smart, you know, so. I'm in a two verse with the old street business. I tell you that. I know two verse with the street business. So, Bolo, question. When the government announces the Cubans were being sent, why wasn't there a demonstration to beg them to keep them? Good question. Well, I would ask you, I think that question is rhetorical, and let me tell you why. I could ask you, why is it that the Jamaican people didn't change the government September 3rd? Therein lies the problem. There's a bunch of baggerness in Jamaica. The Tutsi them from the police force will support Andrew Wallace, and the media house them. The same people them will take money if you vote for them. The Tutsi them. That is the problem. That is the reason why we not see no demonstration. And then the other thing, for the people them where a PMP, I think I saw after I press it, everybody is in it for themselves. The people them don't have this understanding or recognition that we are all in this thing together. And we should all raise our voices in concert when the government does madness like what they did to the Cubans. So there isn't enough people that is willing to stand up, pretty much. Them scared of the Prime Minister, them scared of the government, all type of thing. And then the media, them will work for the Prime Minister, them have a way to twist things. Anytime people come out and raise their voices in concert, they try to link it to the People's National Party. So the People's National Party are pay people and all of them something. So they have poisoned the airways with a narrative. So when people come out and protest now, you're going to hear that, oh, they're troublemakers and one bag of thing. One bag of thing, Jamaica. And therein lies the problem. That is one of the key issues with what's happening right now, what's going on. Know what I mean? But me love how Omar Newell and Peter Bunting and even Miss Nikisha Burchell, she asked some very good questions in the committee meeting. She really pressed them. Yeah, man, it's a bunch of things why the people them don't come out, man. A bunch of things why the people them don't come out. You understand? And I last night, you know, Paula had called me, and you guys are here, heard. Man, it was I tell you, it was a good conversation and a necessary one, but they could hear the frustration in her voice. You could hear the frustration in her voice, Jamaica, in regards to what is actually happening in the country. It's sad. It's sad. But I have to go help Mom with some things before nightfall. So you guys have a blessed day, and of course, if I go live tomorrow, I'll be going live from the streets, so I won't be doing it this week. I have to help a friend tomorrow. I'll be on the road earlier than I usually would get up, and I don't know what time I'll be back home. So I'm going to be posting some videos, obviously, and I hope that you guys support those video uploads. And of course, let me share this before I go. Talking about that. So my YouTube, right? My YouTube page, BOLO V&R, right? We have some playlists here, ladies and gentlemen. But there's one in particular I would love you to focus on for me. And you know, at times when you, let me see, I can't put it over here, so yes, this one, the 2026 video uploads you missed. And let me tell you how I know enough how to miss them. because of the viewership count. I know a lot of you missed it. So there's 116 videos here. Any video that goes under 1,000 views, I put them here. And a lot of those videos, the information, heal up yourself, mommy. A lot of those videos are super important videos, but people miss them for various reasons. So what I've done is I have put them in one playlist. So I would love for you guys to go to the 2026 video upload you miss, and I would love for you to just press play. Press play, Jamaica. Press play and let it run.
Because sometimes the leaders tend to believe that it is about them. And they are hurt, and they're this, and they're that, and they run off and do their thing. No more of that! No more of that! No more of that!
Here, Andrew.
This is one party, and I have taken a year, and I have been very accommodating. I have tried to build consensus. I have worked with everyone. I have embraced everyone. But now it's work time, and those who have an issue, leave.
Alright, my people, so you just press play, and then, you know, all of these videos will run. And you can't skip to the ones them where you want, but me need you to help with them video. Alright? God bless you know. And see you guys later. Alright, I'll definitely be on later. In this same capacity, of course. Because popular demand, not true. But you know in the night, so yeah man. Sooner or later. Zenan, thanks for your support. Thanks for hitting the like button. Thanks for sharing. And big up my member them. Big up my moderator them. Zane, Nats, where you say playback bunting? What are they? You know, so the mix up. The mix up. We play back.
Pony show, that horse and pony show nobody. I am here to deal with the business of the people. But before, Chairman, I think it's important that Jamaica knows that he doesn't represent what the sample size of parliamentarians is. He's extremely rude and brash and crude and vulgar. And that isn't necessary in a place like this. As a gentleman. Chairman, you're not going to be a bully in here. You know that already. You're not going to bully me. So, Chairman,
the mic was on, I recognized you, and you refused to speak. The mic was on, you refused to speak after I recognized you. You've lost your turn. You have lost your turn. Mr. Newell, please proceed.
I will not give Mr. Newell the right to speak.
You don't give anybody the right to speak. You don't give anybody the right to speak.
That is not your right to give.
You don't give anybody the right to speak. You were before you were recognized. You refused to speak.
My mother watching, she wouldn't be proud of me talking while here I talking.
Yo, man done, the man wicked. Hey.
You run it. When I'm in the chair. When you are in the chair, you run it. When I'm in the chair, I will present.
But Mr. Chair, we have a microphone system if you're going to do that.
Mr. Clark, you are next on my list. You know, Mrs. Honis, we were having no problems in this committee in how we were proceeding. In all the last meetings, you were absent. We were proceeding on the basis that I was recognized.
Mighty God, Juliet Unes had the weapon of farm against democracy. Them never have no problem till Juliet Unes start to my committee. Them. Andrew Senna, Jesus, no man.
The members as they caught my eye, and there was no challenge.
No problem.
Right?
But I have
when you are in the chair, you run it. When I'm in the chair, I will present.
But Mr. Chair, we have a microphone system if you're going to do that.
Mr. Clark, you are next on my list. Then
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So I don't trust Chairman's
we are here to discuss a matter.
I don't trust it. And my experience is that he's biased. Yes, that's my experience.
Mr. Clark, when you are in the chair,
boots on the ground in Iran, are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your country?
No, we are waiting for them.
You are waiting for the U.S. military to invade the ground troops?
Yes.
boots on the ground in Iran. Are you afraid of a U.S. invasion in your...
You know, so she need to stop it. She need to stop it. She need to stop it.
Strong women don't chase people.
Politicians corrupted, society disgusted. They take our money, leave us all busted.
Oh my God!
Struggle, but we won't.
So she actually find the article. Thank you so much. Oh my God! Cops probe sexual assault video. Montague denies rape claim. No, I have to go to the article. Woy. I'm glad someone run up in a let me see. Hold on there, Jamaica. We have to do it that way. Hold on there. Alright, so cops probe sex assault video. Montague deny rape claim. Cops probe sex assault video. Montague denies rape claim. Let me see if we can find the article there. Me write it, see it here? 2015. Bangarang. Hey, we find it.
Rio Hotels. Loyalty sale is here. Book your next getaway with up to a 25% discount using promo code RIU Extra.
Hello, I'm Damian Mitchell. The police say they have launched an investigation into a video circulating on social media of a female being sexually assaulted by a male. The girl can be heard several times calling the name of her offender and pleading for him to stop. The JLP chairman, Senator Robert Montague, is denying rape allegations against him. Montague says there has also been an attempt to extort him and he has reported the matter to the police. The Jamaica Fire Brigade says it's yet to determine what caused several workers at the Queen's warehouse.
But me never know them something at Jamaica. This is actually real. I am flabbergasted. I forced me to see the tape. Hold on, let me carry this cross a bit. I probably need to record this. No. I probably need to record this. Ladies and gentlemen, good day. My name is BOLO V&R. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this situation with Bobby Montague and allegations surrounding his name, I was not aware of it, you know. So this is for, how you would say, educational purposes. Let's listen this small clip right here.
Denying rape allegations against him. Montague says there has also been an attempt to... Hello, I'm Damian Mitchell. The police say they have launched an investigation into a video circulating on social media of a female being sexually assaulted by a male. The girl can be heard several times calling the name of her offender and pleading for him to stop. The JLP chairman, Senator Robert Montague, is denying rape allegations against him. Montague says there has also been an attempt to extort him and he has reported the matter to the police. The Jamaica Fire Brigade says it's yet...
So they are going to... What happened to this investigation? Where did it go? Mighty God. And there was an actual situation where an affidavit from the United Kingdom was presented, ladies and gentlemen, which I've heard from Head Boy. I need to reach out to Head Boy now. I need the documentation. I would love to see that affidavit. Very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. What can go so? These types of things cannot be brushed under the rug. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Because I go to Fairval Williams now. Hold on to no horses there, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to no horses. I go to Fairval Williams right now. Take that off my screen. I'll show you how my clinical. Fairval Williams, where you there? You remember what Favor Williams said in our budget speech in the intro? Hey. What a thing. What a thing. Mighty God. Hey, where they? Are this a, yes, see, are this one there? No, another one there. Another one there, Jamaica. See that Favor. Yes, see Favor there. Alright, come in, Favor. Come in. Come in, Favor. Come in. Come in, Favor. Come in. So I'm not here now. Oh, I know why I'm not here now. I turn off the browser volume.
In partnership with the private sector organization of Jamaica.
We're joined today by members
resolution may be cited as a civil service.
Finance Committee, notice of which
I have to find a Favor, sir, right there.
Thank you.
Come through, Favor. Come through.
Madam Speaker.
Daddy, don't touch
A man at business school, at the Wharton Business School at the University of Pennsylvania. He's sitting in the gallery.
Oh my God.
Days. That phrase, Madam Speaker, silent means consent, is meant to shut us down. It is meant to have us crawl into ourselves and never utter a word about the abuse or the abuser. And so I say to all our Jamaican women, married or unmarried, and to our girls who are suffering in silence, I pray you find your voice. I encourage you to speak out. Your boldness will help desensitize this Jamaican society and begin the change in the hearts and minds of each person in our society, and I know of which I speak. To all our women and girls, know that this female Minister of Finance and the Public Service is in your corner. And so I say to you,
Me not tell no lie. Me did expect for hear more beating at the decks. Me did expect for hear more beating at the decks. I look on the woman them there, so.
even if no one believes your truth.
Ah, right there, so Favor. Right there, so. Right there, so anti-Favor. So now listen to anti-Favor right there, so ladies and gentlemen, in our budget speech, in regards to women being, molested and them stuff there.
To all our women and girls, know that this female Minister of Finance and the Public Service is in your corner.
That's right. Come true, Favor, come true.
One believes your truth, still speak.
Whoa, where you say, Favor?
Even if no one believes your
Don't do me that. Even if no one believes your truth, what?
Your truth, still speak out.
Alright, so I say that to the young lady them out there, including the one specifically in the case of Bobby Montague. She said if you speak your truth, even if nobody believes you. It needs to go in front of the courts, ladies and gentlemen. Argument done. Argument done. People, I eat that. Look more. Big up everybody. Love you now. I have to go help out me now. Before dark up. Later. Just play this before we left. This is an important audio.
Don't ever believe that a politician is a leader. Don't ever believe that. Because the system that we have produces politicians. It doesn't produce leaders. And so you can have a politician who knows nothing about leadership and he's leading you. Politicians are concerned about the next election. That's all they're interested in. That's why they cannot be leaders. But leaders are different. Leaders are concerned about the next generation. I want you to compare those two thoughts the next time you have a politician come to your house wanting to vie for your vote. Just ask him, what is your vision for my children? I will sit and listen for 20 minutes for you to tell me what it is. He will leave your house. Because he has no interest in your children's children. His concern is to stay in power, to keep the position, to win the next election. This is why they cannot lead. When you are going to have a conversation with a politician, you should actually try this as a test. You, by the way, as a citizen of a community, you have a right to be seen by the mayor. I hope you know that. If you voted for a mayor, the mayor works for you. Therefore, you have a right to see him. You can make an appointment to see any public officer you voted for. Did you know that? That's your legal right. If he don't want to see you, you can take him to court. That's democracy. So I want you to make an appointment to go and see your mayor or go and see your governor and just sit and say, I want 30 minutes with you, sir. And ask him about that list right there. And sir, what is your purpose for being in leadership in this city? What is your purpose? The first question will make him very nervous. Second question, what is your passion for our community? He'll be wondering what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I just want to build roads and bridges and provide jobs. No. What is your passion? And this is why we need to question the leaders we have. And so I have a little thought here. I call it politics versus leadership. Let's talk about it for a second. Number one, politicians focus on programs, not vision. Number two, politicians' priority is securing the next election, not securing the next generation. Their focus is different. Number three, politicians are preoccupied with promises, not purpose. What we need is statesmen. Statesmen. We don't need more politicians. A statesman is an interesting human. A statesman think of the next generation.
My support as a parliamentarian, as a Jamaican, as a father, as a grandfather, I want to see Jamaica get 5 more years so that I know that my children and my grandchildren can live in this country and enjoy the country as I did. God bless you. Shower, shower, shower.
Ball out! Whoa! We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything. Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out from Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody, man or woman,